the meeting. I would like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and press who are watching the live meeting via the council's website. Members, you are by now aware of the need to keep your video camera switched on for the duration of the meeting and to keep your microphone muted except when I invite you to speak. Please click the raised hand function if you wish to speak. Members who wish to make a point of order or personal explanation will need to interrupt the current speaker. And in relation to the former, that is the point of order, you must indicate the rule or law and the way in which you consider it to have been broken before you proceed. There is always a risk that we may run into technical problems, and I would ask your patience if we do. Should this occur, I will declare an adjournment while the fault is addressed, and the public broadcast will be paused. If it is not possible to address the fault, the meeting may be abandoned until such times as it can be reconvened. And I remind members that all virtual meetings will be recorded and that these recordings will be published on the council website. Members, I will begin by calling your names to establish your presence. Please confirm you are present and then switch off your microphone after you've said so. Councillor David Ambrose Smith.
Present.
Councillor Barbara Ashwood.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Anna Bailey.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Ian Bates.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Chris Bowden.
Present.
Then we've got that. Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Present.
Councillor Simon Bywater.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor David Connor.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Adela Costello.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Steve Count.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Sandra Crawford.
Present, Chair.
I've got next Councillor Steve Criswell, but I think he may be late, maybe joining us later. Councillor Kevin Cuffley.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Peter Downs.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Lorna Dupre.
Present.
Did I get that as present? Was that Councillor Dupre? Yeah.
Yes, present.
Sorry. Councillor Liz Every.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Jan French.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Ryan Fuller.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Ian Gardner.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Derek Giles.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Mark Goldsack.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor John Gowing.
Present.
Councillor Linda Hartford.
Present.
Councillor Nicola Harrison.
Present.
Councillor Anna Hay. Anne Hay, sorry. Councillor Roger Hickford.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Sam Boy.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Peter Hudson.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Bill Hunt.
Present, Chair.
Councillor David Jenkins.
Present.
Councillor Linda Jones.
Present.
Councillor Noel Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Sebastian Kindersley.
Morning, Chairman.
Councillor Simon King.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Ian Manning.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Peter MacDonald.
Present.
Myself, Councillor Matt Maguire, present. Councillor Eliza Machini.
Present.
Councillor Lucy Nasinga.
Present.
Councillor Lena Nieto.
Present.
Councillor Kevin Reynolds. Councillor Kevin Reynolds.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Claire Richards.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Terry Rogers.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Tom Sanderson.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Josh Schumann.
Good morning, Chairman.
Councillor Jocelyn Scott.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Mike Shellens.
Here.
Councillor Matthew Shooter,
Present Chairman.
Councillor Mandy Smith,
Present Chairman.
Councillor Amanda Taylor,
Present.
Councillor Simone Taylor,
Present.
Councillor Steve Tierney,
Present.
Councillor Susan van der Ven,
Morning.
Councillor Joan Whitehead,
Present Chair.
Councillor Graham Wilson,
Present Chair.
Councillor Julie Wisson,
Present.
Councillor Tim Wotherspoon.
Present.
Thank you. We've had apologies from Councillor David Wells and Councillor John Williams. And as I said, I think Councillor Steve Criswell hopefully will be joining us later. Are there any, I've missed anybody, have I, Michelle? Michelle Rowe?
No, Chairman. No,
That's everyone.
everything's fine.
Thank you. Right, now move us on to item 1 on the agenda, which is the minutes. We have been asked to approve the minutes of the meeting on the 15th of December 2020 as a correct record. Can I ask any member who does not agree with this proposal to click the raised hand function on the right hand side of your screen now, or wherever it appears on your screen? I see no objections to the proposal to approve the minutes as a correct record, so we'll take that as carried. Move on to item 2, which is Chairman's announcements. I have a number of announcements to make today. It is with regret that I report of Sandra Manning, who was a librarian in Papworth Everard, who passed away peacefully in October of last year in the Arthur Rank Hospice with her family around her. She was diagnosed with stage 4 bowel cancer in July 2017 and fought the illness very bravely for the past 3.5 years. The council's thoughts are with her family, friends and colleagues at this very sad time. Captain Sir Tom Moore sadly died in hospital aged 100 after testing positive for coronavirus. The Tom's funds raising efforts raised more than £32 million for the NHS, walking 100 laps of his garden before his 100th birthday during the first national lockdown in April of last year. So Tom had a link with Cambridgeshire as the managing director of March Concrete Products Limited in the 1980s. The council's thoughts are with his family and friends at this very sad time. We will now have a minute's silence in memory of Sandra and Captain Sir Tom Moore.
Muted, Chair.
Apologies, I've got my mic muted, terrible. I'm delighted to report that Shani Larwood Smith, who leads our County Council Traveller Health Team, which sits within the Public Health Directorate, has been made a Queen's Nurse. The COVID-19 vaccination programme, the biggest in NHS history, is well underway. In Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, we now have 23 primary care vaccination sites, 4 large-scale vaccination centres, with 2 more opening this week, and 2 pharmacy vaccination sites, as well as our hospital sites. The rollout of the vaccination programme in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough is on track to offer vaccinations to the top 4 priority cohorts by the middle of February. Thousands of vulnerable local people have already received their vaccination, with thousands more being vaccinated every day. In total, up to the 31st of January, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Integrated Care System had delivered a total of 153,641 vaccination doses in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. 88.2% of our over 80 population had had their first dose, with 92.9% of all residents between 75 and 79 having received theirs. Our area is now performing well for vaccinations in both a regional and national context. Detailed information about the local vaccination programme and vaccination sites is available on the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Clinical Commissioning Group website. Earlier last year, I announced a monthly scheme to celebrate the fantastic work of those who have gone above and beyond in supporting their local communities since the lockdown began in March of last year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The scheme was to initially run for at least 6 months, but as sadly we are still in the middle of the pandemic, I have taken the decision to increase the commendation scheme for a further 3 months to the end of April this year, so that we can continue to recognise those from our local communities who continue to provide so much support. May I take this opportunity to remind members to continue to send in their nominations. During the first week of every month, I will issue a certificate to those nominated. I was delighted to issue a further 8 certificates during December and January to individuals, businesses and community groups in recognition for their excellent work throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Full details of each member's nominations can be seen on the Council's website. That concludes the announcements for today. Thank you. Now move on to item 3, which is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interest under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered on the Register of Interest. Members will wish to note that the monitoring officer has exercised her discretion to grant a dispensation to all elected members of Cambridgeshire County Council taking part in the debate on the Council's business plan. May I have any declarations now? Again, please use the raised hand function. Not seeing any. Thank you. We now move on to public question time. Item 4. This allows 4 members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided that they have given advance notice. The council has received notice of 1 question, the content of which has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. Could I now ask Dr. Alexandra Boulat to switch her microphone and ask her questions? Dr. Boulat, can you, hopefully you can hear me all right. You have asked your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman.
Dr.
I hope you can hear me well. Good morning. I would like to ask a question about the future of the Fields Children's Centre in Cambridge in Abbey Ward. The centre is at the heart of the Abbey community and essential for many families and their children in early years. But the recent restructuring and changes have had a tangible impact on both parents and children. And there are many concerns from residents in Abbey about the future of the Children's Centre. So I would like to ask, what steps is the County Council taking to ensure that the services provided by the Fields can and will be maintained as a state-funded nursery school in the long term without negatively affecting families in Abbey? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boulat. Councillor Bywater, would you wish to respond, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the question, Dr. Boulat. I'll just, excuse me while I just change screens here. Okay, the Fields Child and Family Centre contains both the maintained nursery school, which offers early years education and childcare for children aged 2 to 4, and the Child and Family Centre, who run a combination of both universal and targeted services for families living in the Abbey ward. These services are delivered in partnership with health visitors, midwives, local authority colleagues, local voluntary organisations and Job Centre Plus. Until August 2019, the Fields also ran a day nursery for children aged 0 to 2 years. Regrettably, the governors had to take a decision to close it due to financial pressures. As is often the case in areas of deprivation, the setting was unable to strike the balance between the level of fees it needed to charge to be viable while still being affordable for parents. We recognise that it has been a very difficult time for children, the families and staff as recent changes have taken effect at the Fields Nursery School with a reduction in the number of staff. These changes were, however, necessary due to the closure of the childcare provision for the under 2 age group, along with the increasing financial pressures experienced by maintained nursery schools nationwide. The Council continues to work collaboratively with the senior management and leadership team and the governing body of the Fields to review its financial position and identify what steps are necessary in order to ensure that the provision remains sustainable in the longer term. The Council is fully supportive of the nursery school's proposal to federate with the Brunswick Nursery School and College Nursery School, which would enable resources to be shared and new members of staff to work across all 3 sites, leading to further cost efficiencies. In addition to this, a feasibility study has been commissioned by the Council following the restructure of staff to ensure that the use of space is maximised and to identify any other usage for surplus areas of a building which would provide additional income to the nursery school and improve its financial position. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. Dr. Boulay, you can ask a supplementary question if you wish to, but that should take no more than 1 minute, but I imagine it won't take that long.
Yes, please. Thank you very much for your answer and recognizing it has been very difficult for many families in Abbey, but I'm afraid a lot of residents still remain very concerned that the Fields has lost 1/3 of its staff and over 20 places during this pandemic. So, especially in the context that 1 in 5 children in Abbey live in poverty. So my very quick follow-up, because I have a lot of questions. One follow-up is, with the fact that the supplementary funding for state-maintained nursery schools is only guaranteed, as I understand it, for just a few months, will the County Council actually make it a priority to seek a commitment further commitment from central government to actually enable all nurseries to plan ahead instead of just having to deal with crisis management and urgent situations? Thank you.
Thank you for the supplementary question. As you know, it is a government funded. Sadly, that they only guaranteed that for another year. It's a frustration that we all have at the local authority in relation to long-term planning for our maintained nursery schools. Let me just reassure you that the local authority will continue to offer support where and when it can. And I'm happy to take further questions and meet you outside of this meeting to continue the discussions. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Bywater. Dr. Boulay, thank you for coming to join our meeting this morning and asking your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move on to item 5 rather, which is petitions. This allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions were received by the deadline. Item 6 is the Audit and Accounts Committee annual report, which is included in your council agenda on pages 4 to 8. And I ask Councillor Mike Schellings, Chairman of the Audit and Accounts Committee, to move the receipt of the report. Councillor Schellings.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I feel very much like the warm-up act for our version of the Lord Mayor's show, which is the next item on our agenda this morning, so I shall be quick. But as this is to be my final such presentation to you, I should record some sincerely meant thank yous. To the officers who kept us fed with a diet of interesting and challenging issues, to Terry Rogers, my Vice Chair, for his steadfast support, to Rob Sanderson, who tried valiantly to keep me under some semblance of control, to you all, thank you. But perhaps my greatest thank you is, unusually, to members of the ruling party. There are more of them on my committee than there are of my party. They could have made my life a misery. They didn't. We all worked together as if we were adults, what you might call a hand-forth-free zone. This is how local government should be, and I am extremely grateful. My biggest frustration has been the pace of resolution of major issues. To cite just 3, every year I am condemned to sit on the naughty step because our statement of accounts, which I have to sign, is late. Last year, it was only a couple of days. This year, it was supposed to be in by the end of November. I have yet to sign. In spite of annual expressions of determination to resolve issues, we seem to find an unending stream of new reasons why we fail yet again, and I have not succeeded in stopping this. Secondly, in recent times, there have been annual changes to our published accounts. These require resolution with our then auditors, BDO. I have completely failed to crowbar resolution of these from the auditors. It looks ridiculous to have unanswered questions on our accounts going back to 2017-18. Finally, and the one with which you will be most familiar, the Manor Farm inquiry. When I was first asked how long this inquiry would take, I hazarded, resolved by Easter. That is Easter 2019. Since then, there have been many dates given me for completion. The latest is that all should be revealed to our committee at a meeting on March the 5th. Given the looming presence of Purdah, I am acutely aware that further delay could require the tricky matters involved. I am just assuming there are tricky matters, as I have so far been denied any view of the conclusions, by a new committee with a new chair and a new vice chair. I am told there is a determination to meet this latest deadline. Fingers crossed. Members, you have before you my latest report on the work of audit and accounts. I would be happy to take questions, and so on to your Lord Mayor's show. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Shellings. To remind members that there is no need for a seconder for us to receive this report. The opportunity now exists for members, if they wish to debate the report. Can I ask members to use the raised hand function if they wish to speak at this point? I have Councillor Lucy Nsinga. Councillor Nsinga.
It's not an item of debate. It's just to say a very large thank you to Mike for all the work that he's done on this report this year and in previous years. I hope we will have further opportunities to say thank you to many councillors at our next meeting, but I think on this occasion it is appropriate to say thank you to Mike for his work on the audit report. He has absolutely worked tirelessly on this and on many previous years. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor Nsinga. I would just like to add to my thanks to Mike as a member of his committee for his sterling work on this. And we hope that although he's going to retire, he enjoys that retirement. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So thank you for that report, Councillor Shellings. Item 7 on the agenda relates to the council's business plan and budget proposals for the years 2021 to 2022 through to year 2025-26, which was discussed by General Purposes Committee on the 26th of January of this year. The debate on the business plan will be conducted in accordance with the detailed procedure notes circulated to members on the 13th of January. I propose to suspend any standing orders in connection with the business plan debate in order to accommodate the agreed procedure. So I will now make that proposal and invite the Vice Chairman to second the council, and I'll then ask the council to vote on that.
Happy to second, Chair.
But I need the council to vote on that suspension. Mrs. Rowe.
Chairman, do you want to ask whether there's anyone that disagrees before we go to an electronic
I
poll?
think that would probably be easier than having to go to electronic vote. So can I see any hands who disagree with my proposal to suspend standing orders? I am seeing no hands, and therefore I take that as a unanimous agreement to suspend standing orders. Can I ask the chairman of the General Purposes Committee, Councillor Count, to move the recommendations as set out in the report on the council agenda on pages 9 and 10. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to move the Business Plan 2021-22 to 25-26 as contained within agenda item number 7, including the recommendations as set out in the report. As we know, the last 12 months have been like no other in our history. Given the issues that the Council is facing, it is a tribute to the efforts, endeavours and commitment of our workforce and members that we have maintained service delivery and supported the most vulnerable members of our communities during the pandemic. Whilst there are uncertainties remaining in the budget that we are considering today, the fact we are in a position to be able to set a balanced budget in such circumstances is a tribute to the entire Council. I would like to thank the finance team for their efforts in bringing together this budget under these circumstances. The Council will also be aware this is the last budget that Chris Malyon, who has been our Chief Financial Officer since 2013, is presenting to the Council. Chris will be retiring at the end of April, and I am sure that all members of the Council would like to join with me in thanking Chris for his contribution and to wish him well for the future. Members, in spite of the financial challenges that Council has faced over the last few years, we have still been able to invest in transformation, carbon reducing projects and additional infrastructure. In February of last year, the Council agreed a budget for 2021 that was balanced and supported additional service investment. The Council was also able to look ahead with positivity as savings of only £4 million were required for 21-22, significantly lower than previous years. The challenges since that point have been well documented. GPC have received regular updates on the Council's approach and the financial consequences arising from the pandemic. The Council has committed additional resources of £70 million in services to mitigate the implications of the pandemic, which fortunately have been largely funded through additional government support. However, the challenges created by COVID-19 continue to create uncertainties within our financial planning processes. The budget that the Council is considering today has been developed using the most up-to-date assessments and data that we have at our disposal. Given the uncertainties that still exist, it is possible that a summer reset of the budget may be required. Given the level of uncertainty that still exists in respect of operating in a post-pandemic world, this should be seen as a positive opportunity for the Council to realign resources if it proves necessary. The impact of COVID-19 has led to increased challenges across all service areas, but especially in respect of adults and children's social care provision, which have seen increases in both volume and complexity of need. It is clear that some of this additional investment will continue into 21-22. The budget being considered by the Council today contains expenditure proposals for the 21-22 financial year in the sum of £655 million. These proposals result in an additional £42 million, or 6.9%, allocated to the delivery of services compared to 2021. Additional demand increases in the cost base and the long-term impact of COVID-19 are the key drivers for this increase in costs. The draft business plan considered by GPC on 26th of January 2021 highlighted that a budget gap of 9.6 million still remained to be closed and further substantial gaps were projected in the remaining 4 years of the plan. The report did, however, highlight a number of options available to the council to bridge that gap. These are: increase the base council tax, increase the adult social care precept, use of minimum revenue provision, use of transformation fund, or reduce service levels. The council's committees have considered the business plan development over the last 4 months. This has included benchmarking and performance data to support challenge and scrutiny. The focus today is therefore how the political groups wish to balance the 21-22 budget and any minor variations to the detailed proposals with the flexibilities that they all have at their disposal as set out in this Chief Finance Officer's report. I therefore move the recommendations as set out in the report on this basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Sorry, I had my. You have a seconder for your report?
Yes, Chairman, as Vice Chair of the General Purposes Committee, I so second and reserve my right to speak.
You wish to, sorry, can I just confirm, Councillor Hickford, you wish to reserve your right to speak to the report?
That's correct, Chairman.
Is that what you said? Thank you. I am now inviting the leaders of the Conservative, Liberal, Democrat, Labour and Independent groups or their nominees to make their opening statements on the business plan. Again, the 5-minute time limit will be applied to all speeches. Councillor Kent, you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. As Chair of the Conservative Group, I wish to bring us up to speed on our plans. And the budget plan, as mentioned earlier, comes on the back of certainly the most difficult year in my memory. Officers and members of this council have stepped up to the plate and we have not been found wanting. Emergency measures, redeploying staff, looking after the vulnerable, whatever was asked of us, we did. Often going beyond that and asking ourselves what more we could do. It is with a heavy heart I reflect on all that the people of Cambridgeshire have had to endure so far. But I am also lightened in my despair by knowing that all of our combined efforts went some considerable way to lessening the impacts of this pandemic on our communities. In fact, only yesterday, I was delighted to see we have helped the NHS vaccinate the highest proportion of 70-year-olds, over 70-year-olds in the entire country. So before I tell you of the great works this Conservative administration has performed, I want to put on record mine and my group's profound thanks to our superb team of officers who have supported us and our communities so well. We thank you. The residents of Cambridgeshire elected the Conservatives to take back control of this council in 2017. And I want to illustrate to you the journey from those painful years of no overall control to now under an effective, efficient and decisive Conservative administration. In the last year of no overall control, the net service budget was 364 million. Next year, our proposals to spend on our net service budget 437 million. This extra investment of 73 million pounds a year on service delivery, not including the 17 million pounds extra of coronavirus costs this year, is an increase of some 20%. That's been necessary not only to take account of inflation and our aspirations, but also demography. Now you ask, what is demography? Let's be plain. That's the fancy word for people wanting to come to live here, to stay and raise their families here, to enjoy healthily living longer here. Put simply, as the fastest growing county in the UK, they know, and we know, Cambridgeshire is a great place to live. Now, I'll be honest, the Conservatives cannot take all credit for this, but when you have to listen to the bleak and desperate picture the opposition often tries to paint, it just doesn't chime with that. It doesn't ring true. It doesn't reflect additional investments in our services of £73 million a year. Our operating model of transformation, efficiency and income generation has proven just how effective we are. So I wish to give you some examples. Adult social services benchmarked by external professionals, good outcomes, low costs. Previously acclaimed by the internationally recognised Friends of the Earth group, Cambridgeshire's corporate energy strategy, and I quote, essential reading. The National Municipal Journal Awards awarded Cambridgeshire County highly commended for leadership in responding to the climate emergency. And as you heard in the chairman's announcements, I have accepted the invitation to co-chair the UK 100 Climate Change Network. Government awarded us £3.3 million because of our exemplar work on decarbonising our public buildings. Not one, but two ministers cited Cambridgeshire in a letter to all councils recognising our barrier-busting work to attract investment in the fastest, most reliable fibre broadband networks. We have now allocated £28.9 million into rollout of superfast broadband. This has accelerated delivery, now claiming over 98% available connectivity, a remarkable achievement. We've increased library services, opening a new one and added 2 new mobile libraries to service our more rural communities. But I don't just want to live in the past. Let me tell you about some exciting Conservative-driven proposals for the future. By the end of next year, you will be able to drive over Kingsdyke Bridge. Work is well underway, on time, and having shaved £10 million off the price. By autumn this year, we will have decamped from Shire Hall, moved to our hub and spokes model, and opened our green and energy efficient Alconbury office. We will then be delivering our services.
Would you wind up, please?
Okay. We will then be delivering our services closer to our communities, enjoying the benefits of delivering savings over £40 million that can be spent on the fire tool. But most of all, much more than any of those individual successes and the many, many I haven't had time to mention, the one thing we as Conservatives are proud of more than anything else is being able to show leadership and be part of fashioning an organisation that has had so much resilience, achieved so much, and performed so well in the depths of...
Councillor Count. You've exceeded your
Chairman.
Thank you. I'd ask colleagues to please stick to the 5 minutes. Councillor Singer, to make an opening statement on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maguire. I'd like to start by echoing my thanks to Chris Mallion for all his work for this council and to the whole finance team for the support that they've given to our group going through this process, and for their work on the finances of the council over the past year, which have been extremely complicated. I then want to say that the way in which the Conservatives are choosing to manage this budget process is extremely cynical and appears to be designed to avoid proper scrutiny of their proposals. Every neighbouring council had their council tax proposals examined last week as the budget papers were published. The budgets for Norfolk, Suffolk, Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire were all discussed on the news programmes. They were available for scrutiny by journalists and the public alike. And yet Cambridgeshire's Conservative administration, the proposals were only available for public scrutiny a couple of days before they were voted on. For the past 4 years, the papers produced prior to budget setting have borne less and less relationship to what actually happens for residents of Cambridgeshire. This is perhaps understandable in a pandemic year, but in 2019, 2018 and 2017, we were made promises that have not been kept. We were promised that the changes to children's centres would not have a major impact on services, but my goodness, they have. Universal services have become vanishingly rare, meaning the majority of families are left with little or no support from this council. We were promised that the new Dragon Patcher would fix the pothole problem, and yet time and again, the short-term fix lasts only a few weeks and the problems return worse than ever. Worst of all, we were promised that the Adult Positive Challenge programme would not have a negative impact on those vulnerable people involved. We were told no one would be made to move, And yet this has been a total nightmare for many vulnerable people and their families. One individual in my area was persuaded to move out of the home where they had been happy for many years. They were moved to new accommodation where they had no friends, no supportive community, and where they were sent bills from this council which drove them to the verge of suicide. That is not positive challenge, it is a nightmare, and it is not the only case. The cuts this Conservative council have forced through have been more extreme than they had to be, because Cambridgeshire's Conservatives have chosen to prioritise the pockets of wealthy people paying council tax rather than those on lower incomes who use our services. Had Cambridgeshire's Conservatives made the same choices as those of their Conservative colleagues in Norfolk, Suffolk, Hertfordshire, and the majority of councils around the country, we in this council would have an additional £15 million in revenue every year to ensure that we look after our residents properly. The impact of that additional £15 million of revenue on the financial stability of this council and on the quality of services would be huge. That 15 million would mean that we were not scrabbling around to find funding for routine cleaning of drains and gullies. They would have been cleared and hundreds of people would not have had their homes flooded this winter. That 15 million would have meant we could kept our children's centres open. And rather than starting from scratch to provide support for struggling families during the pandemic, because universal services had gone, they would have already been in place. The disingenuous nature of this budget process means that the real discussion about priorities has hardly happened in public at all. This year, we and the Conservative group have both recognised that the cuts to road maintenance have gone too far and that the decision to stop routine drain and gully clearance has been disastrous. And yet there has been little or no public debate about whether the Conservative proposals to resolve this are appropriate. I believe that the Liberal Democrats have put more money into roads maintenance over budget amendments than the normal budget process over the past 4 years than the Conservative group. And for the coming 2 years, we would still put in more. Clarity on this would depend on detailed scrutiny, something we are unlikely to get during this meeting. This way of managing the budget process makes proper scrutiny of the ruling group's proposals almost non-existent. And this matters because decisions made in this meeting have real implications for families across Cambridgeshire. With so many young people struggling with depression and anxiety as a result of months out of school and away from their friends, the absence of youth services or support for young families struggling to cope at home is likely to mean slower recovery and worse outcomes for many in our county. This pandemic year has shown just how crucial local government is. Council staff have stepped up in an incredible way to provide the support our communities need. I'm sure every single councillor will join with me in thanking them from the bottom of our hearts for the amazing work they have done. The work of the public health team in getting test and trace working when the government system failed.
Wind up, please.
The community team in setting up hubs to support those shielding. The work of our social care and hospital discharge teams and so many others. They deserve our thanks, but that work has been harder because our support services were already stripped to the bone. It is time to stop these cuts and stop the boasts about being a low-cost council. We must
Thank you, Councillor Singer.
And invest in our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Machini, and I invite you to make an opening statement on behalf of the Labour group.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In 1967, an unashamedly Mancunian voice sang an American song that contained the line, "Our good times start and end without $1 to spend." I do not wish to make any implications about the age of our retiring Chief Financial Officer, and I will therefore not wonder whether he listened to this song and enjoyed it in his youth. But I do wonder if he has felt, like I have felt, throughout this budgeting period, as though he was part of a situation that was liable to be romanticized by the outside world, but did not feel very romantic at all from the inside. We have rightly, and we continue to praise our staff for their Herculean efforts in carrying this authority through this pandemic. We thank them for uncomplainingly doing all the work that needs to be done, for being seconded at the drop of a hat, unseconded at the drop of a second hat, keeping everything ticking over for us. And yet, with every second of this pandemic, we are letting them down. We are still not paying them the real living wage. We are not investing long term into the services that they deliver. We keep transforming stuff when the reality is we can't transform the demand on the ground out of existence. We only fed our school children during the school holidays after the combined efforts of the Labour Party nationally and of Marcus Rashford forced a government U-turn on the provision of funds for that purpose. And we are stopping doing this at Easter with no provision, as we shall see, for after that. The pandemic will still be in full swing in April. With any luck, vaccinations will be well advanced and contagions will be down, and mutation of the virus will not be out of control. But our furloughed residents, those on universal credit, and those with no recourse to public funds will still be struggling to get back on their feet. Businesses will still be struggling to become viable again, and local authorities like this one will continue to struggle, left out in the cold, with no sustainable source of funding from central government. So I wish our new Chief Financial Officer all the very best as he assumes stewardship of this perilous enterprise at this crucial time. I look forward to working with him, and I can only wish that come next May, it will have a more competent, more humane, and less callous administration to guide his efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machini. Councillor Sanderson, do you wish to make an opening statement on behalf of the independent group?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And can I say, first of all, it's good to see so many of our members and officers at this meeting today. We've already heard quite a good deal of debate and detail this morning on the budget, and I don't intend to go over the same comments again particularly, but suffice it to say that I think we owe a particular debt of gratitude to our officers this year for the work that they've put into this budget. What are our views on the particulars before us today? We all know what the last 12 months have been like and the constantly changing and fluid situation they face. I'd also like to add my group's thanks to Chris Mannion for all of his work over the years. We wish him a happy retirement. He's always been very approachable, helpful, and he's a true professional. I think we're faced with some familiar foes as a council. Cambridge has always had a raw deal from central government, no matter which party has been in power at the time. And this seems to be a continuing situation. I think, as our report says, we still need fairer funding from central government. I think we should also, though, recognise the money that the government has awarded us as council account. I think touched upon the council tax hardship fund of 3.7 million. There's a possibility of a further 4.4 million, although that does remain in question still. And on the COS-of-8 fund, I think that's been an excellent project and produced some great results in our communities, and we're pleased to see the extra £300,000 proposed for this scheme. I think of concern for us all must be the future of the adult social care tax. As the report says, it's not certain that this will remain in the years ahead, and we think that should be an important part of our debate today. I think inevitably today we're going to spend a lot of time discussing council tax levels, and there are clearly some major differences in the amendments before us from the three main groups. I think we all know that new taxes are going to be levelled upon the British public in various forms following the damage to our economy from the COVID crisis. But locally, I think we do have to be mindful of the impact that even a property-related tax like council tax can have on lower and middle-income families. We're faced, I think, in some ways with that familiar trade-off with our duty as local activists to provide the best for our communities, which we all do so well as individuals. But we also see the need to generate more revenue to finance the things that the public want. I think that's really encapsulated in paragraph 4.3 of the business plan, where it talks about maximising tax revenues, placing the council in a better position with regard to challenging central government in respect of adopting a fair funding distribution as part of their comprehensive spending review. But our group, I think, is very mindful of the pressure on already hard-pressed taxpayers locally. This has been a turbulent year, to say the least. People are under a great deal of pressure. And I think that all of us today owe it to the residents of Cambridge here to have a thoughtful a mature debate where I think we can air some of our issues in a reasonable manner. Many thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Under item 5 of the order of debate, we should now be going to debate all sections of the business plan. All members will have the opportunity of speaking once only for 5 minutes. I propose, as part of the main debate, to exercise my discretion and invite the chairs of the policy and service committees, if they so wish, to speak first. However, before I move on, I need to tell you that I've been getting up things popping up on my screen telling me that my bandwidth is low. I hope this won't affect my participation in the meeting, but just in case I do disappear, I will obviously have to ask the Vice Chair if she would mind taking over. I'm sure Mrs. Rowe will be able to detect whether I've disappeared from the meeting.
Noted, Chair.
Right, but just in case, but also the meeting itself has been going on for nearly an hour. And for many of us, we joined the meeting, we came online a lot earlier than that. So, and in particular, this old man needs to take a comfort break. So apologies. So I'm going to suggest that before we go into the remaining debate on the business plan and the amendments, that we take a break. Could I suggest that we reappear here at 11:30? That's in about 7.25 minutes. So please take a break now. Get yourself, grab a cup of coffee, whatever. Okay, and then we'll start the debate again. Thank you. Colleagues, it's now 11:30. Hopefully everybody's back with us. Thank you for that. Again, I should say before I move on a bit, I'm going to again have to exercise my discretion as to when we might need to take another break. I think it doesn't take a mathematician to work out that since we have 3 amendments, if only half a dozen members exercise their right to speak for 5 minutes on each of those amendments, they'd each take over half an hour, which would, the 3 of them would take us up to sort of 1 o'clock. Obviously, I don't want to curtail debate or break off in the middle of a debates on any particular amendment. So you'll have to bear with me, but at some point it may feel it necessary for us to take another reasonable break to allow people to get at least a drink or whatever. So before we start the main debate, I propose to take amendments at this stage. There are 3 amendments which have been circulated electronically to members and published on the council's website. Can I start by inviting Councillor Count to move the Conservative amendment? Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. As a Conservative-led county council, our priority has been and continues to be prioritise your responsibilities to the vulnerable. Not just a statutory duty, but moral obligations as human beings. Obligations gladly accepted, and one of the reasons many councillors stood for elections in the first place. We have worked tirelessly to deliver this, no matter how difficult our circumstances, no matter what additional challenges the pandemic created. We made sure that looking after the vulnerable, the young, the sick, the old, always came first. During the pandemic, the requirement to help our residents increased. We set up community hubs, helping people self-isolate, arranging food parcels, delivering medicines. The costs and expectations of future increased need from our vulnerable citizens are contained and prioritised in our main budget. The Conservative administration I lead stands in front of Council today, having secured and agreed 98.5% of the total budget so far, with Council offered options on the remaining 1.5%, not only to balance the remaining budget gap, but the ability to exercise options on other priorities believed necessary. The Conservative administration, having satisfied themselves on our primary areas of responsibility, propose amendments that are simple but necessary, based on the needs and voices of our residents, our aspirations and areas we know cannot wait longer to be funded. This coming year will be a year of challenge and change for our residents. The ongoing and lasting likely damage done by the pandemic means we need to protect our residents from the burden of extra taxation as much as is possible. We therefore propose to halt further funding from being added to the Transformation Fund for next year. This is 4.1 million. Also, we plan to release around £3.8 million to help dampen increases in taxation. This 7.9 million roughly reduces the overall need for taxation by 2.6%. However, even after deploying these 2 measures, we have to ask residents to accept a 1% increase in adult social care precept and a 1.99% general taxation increase, made necessary in order to balance the budget and deliver on key additional areas of expenditure, which I will expand on now. The destabilising soil under the B1050 contributes to the deterioration in condition. This needs to be addressed with a funding allocation now. Without a major intervention, it would ultimately have to close, denying reasonable connectivity to tens of thousands of people and businesses a year. We therefore propose to invest just under £7 million to ensure the B1050 can continue to be used in the future. £24 million of earlier Conservative proposals, increases in the highways budget, have stemmed the deterioration in the road condition and is slowly turning the tide since those difficult years of no overall control. However, our residents have been clear, footpaths need more attention as well. We therefore propose to invest £20 million into improving the condition of our footpaths. Our attention and needs to address flooding and improving biodiversity are also encapsulated under our proposal by an increase of 2.73 million. These Conservative proposals to invest £29.7 million in Cambridgeshire highways completely dwarfs opposition plans. I wonder if council will be able to understand any speeches from them about why they cannot support our impressive ambitions, when instead they try to explain why their limited aspirations in this area is better. These proposals are sensible, balanced and necessary. I urge you all not to wait for and listen to clearly inferior proposals coming later today, but to embrace and vote for our Conservative amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Ickford, I believe you're seconding the Conservative amendment.
That's correct, Chairman. That's correct, Chairman. I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ickford. Members, the opportunity now for us to debate the Conservative amendment. Can I please have a show of hands for those who wish to speak? Councillor Ashwood, we have you first.
Thank you, Chairman. When I first read this amendment, I really thought we'd been sent an old one in error, because I can't believe that not only does it not make any extra provision for COVID recovery, but it's almost as if the pandemic never existed. COVID hasn't affected just small parts of our community. It's had a major impact on every single person in Cambridgeshire. In the coming year and beyond, there will be an increasing demand for our services across every directorate. Mental health needs have to be addressed. We're already seeing increasing signs of people under stress. It isn't just going to go away. We're in crisis mode. We need extra money put into providing services for people. We have families unable to pay their bills or put food on their tables, and who are struggling not just with teaching, but bringing up their children. We've cut services to them. We should be reinstating them. They need a way to help them move forward. Our children are struggling educationally because they've spent so little time in school in the last year. They also need positive moves to encourage them not just to study and catch up, to be normal children again, playing with their peers and their friends, getting out there, doing the things we all did and loved when we were children. Many of our older residents, and I count myself as one of them, have become almost institutionalised through isolation and need extra input to encourage them back to normalcy. People have not only given their lives, but have also given up their lives. This budget should be a way to help normality return. Sadly, it doesn't do that, and I personally would be ashamed to offer this as a solution to our residents. We pride ourselves in being people and community focused. I think it's high time we put our money where our mouths are, and for that reason I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Chairman, you're on mute.
Gosh, thank you for reminding me. Because of this cat I've got in the background, I tend to put my mute on when I shouldn't really. Councillor Machini, I think they're due next. Oh, you've disappeared off my...
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, you've disappeared off my list. Are you wishing to speak, Councillor Machini?
Yes, Chairman. I'm sorry, what did I do? Am I still okay to speak?
Go ahead, Councillor Machini.
Oh. Apologies. Yes, never in a million years. I I hope that Mr. Chairman will allow me to briefly address the esteemed members of the public and maybe press that might be listening to us right now. So you have three political parties
Councillor
writing.
Machini, can I interrupt you?
Yes,
can I
sorry.
interrupt you? You can address the council. You're not addressing
Oh,
the.
I apologise. In which case, Mr. Chairman, I will address you. You have got three political parties writing their own budget amendments. So you've got the Conservatives, you've got the Liberal Democrats, and you've got Labour. If you were asked to guess which party writes the amendment with the highest level of taxation and which party writes the amendment with the highest level of capital borrowing, in this possibly beyond the looking glass situation, neither of those answers is Labour. We will come to council tax in a moment, as the answer to question 1 is, of course, the Liberal Democrats. But let's unpack the Conservative amendment first. It's reasonably easy, as money is mainly going towards two things. On highways, what is the point of indebting ourselves for the sake of a headline-grabbing figure when A, we are expecting our share of a 1.3 billion government grant for highways repairs, and B, we are clearly lacking in the infrastructure for delivering projects even when they are funded? Perhaps Councillor Count will like to clarify two things for us when he sums up. Are we expecting our allocation of the national grant money to be unsatisfactory somehow? And before we can get on with spending some of these 29 million, which sounds impressive indeed, will we be done with the delivery of the Tranche 2 COVID active travel projects, which were approved in September with funding from both government and the combined authority, and which we haven't even started yet? Biodiversity. The climate change strategy, which we approved in December 2019, includes a whole section on natural capital, with an overall objective, as in section 2.4, to support our communities and biodiversity to adapt to a changing climate. I also refer you to section 2.9 of the same strategy, which commits us to restoring and or creating natural habitats, countryside enhancement, and green rural estate management. We committed 15 million to this strategy, and so far we have spent 3 million of it. So perhaps again, when he sums up, Councillor Count will like to clarify if this new biodiversity funding is actually meant to be new, or is it just the old funding, which we haven't used, reheated? And finally, on some of the most glaring omissions from this amendment, where to begin? No money for people and communities, no money for COVID recovery, no money for assisting children with the return to school, and no money, this really deserves a mention, for adult social care. Costings and the transformation bid seriously underestimate the financial challenge involved in making the required changes. Future needs for equipment, procurement and property are not included. Assumptions are made that place-based commissioning will bring savings by managing demand and harnessing community action, but local commissioning and delivery do increase demand. If we can't invest in our communities now, as they recover from an extremely difficult year, when is it the right time to do so? For shame, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Machini. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd just like to say that this seems to be a really good, pragmatic budget, which we should all be very pleased with. We've all recognised from all parties that the council offices, particularly the ones involved with social services, have done sterling work over the last few months and looked after and done an enormous amount of good for the underprivileged and the people who are suffering. And I think it's really quite remarkable we've still managed, despite COVID, to do things like the winter gritting at the moment, which is of course under pressure, and to keep working on all the various things like opening up and expanding the library service. And we've done this, but we do take notice, as Councillor Sanderson pointed out, that this money's got to come from somewhere. And if we consider that £27 a year would be 2%, on a Band D property. And of course, there's the fire and the district councils and the parish councils and just about everybody and the police sticking on top of that. We have to be very conscious that the people who are suffering under the COVID situation are also the people who we might be taxing. So we can't just sort of allocate money for nothing. I think I know I've asked recently some questions of the chairman of Highways Committee, and he's come back with some formalized answers. And I think really what's happened in Wychford just encapsulates the proper way to run a council, which is as we've been doing it. I asked Councillor Bates how much the extra safety crossings at Wychford were costing. The answer was nil. What's happened is the county council has been the facilitator, worked in conjunction with a combined authority and the district council, and delivered an improvement to a roundabout, together with cyclist improvements, together with pedestrian improvements, at no cost to the taxpayer. Now, isn't this the way forward? And in addition to this, there'd be some blockage caused by the roadworks. Of course there will, but by working with the owners of the industrial estate, they've opened up an extra gateway to enable the traffic to flow better. Now, this is the way ahead, not just looking into the sky, and instead of, as the Liberal Democrats talk about, they say about putting 15 million into something. What I put on my notes was taking. So where does this money come from? From the skies? No, it comes out of people's already taxed savings or income. So we have to think, so we can all give money away and scatter it about. It's not our money, it's the people's money. And therefore, for that reason, I'm totally satisfied with the way that we're proposing, and I will, of course, be supporting it fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Manning.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start just by referencing something that I think it was Councillor Sanderson actually said about trying to make this debate more civil, and I hope we can all try and follow that. I hope we don't get any sort of Jackie Weaver, you've no authority here moments in our meeting. And to that end, I'd like to just pay tribute to both Councillor Shooter, the previous chair of the committee I was on with Highways, and Councillor Bates and Howell for the way they have, in the most part, constructively engaged with suggestions I've made. I haven't always agreed with them, but at least they have constructively engaged. That said, I won't be supporting the Conservative amendment, and I will be just making remarks about the highways elements of it. I think Councillor Cat has already mentioned the idea that via some clever manipulation of financial figures, the Conservatives will try and claim they're investing more this year. More than that's in this budget. And perhaps there might be references to the Forth Bridge, which I think Councillor Shooter has mentioned in previous things, that no matter how much money you pump into highways, you'll always need to spend more. And there's sort of elements of truth to both those bits. But I think residents want to see results, and residents will actually look back at the last 4 years of this Conservative-led administration. And they'll look at things like a highways fault reporting system that isn't fit for purpose, and they won't know that the back office systems need more investment. They'll look at drainage problems that I believe my colleague Councillor Bradnam will talk about later. But again, they won't know that behind that is a desperate need to have a new asset management system. They'll look at gritting routes that are inconsistent because they're so manually determined and are embedded with arrangements with district councils that aren't always written down or all lost in the mists of time about how they came apart. They'll look at major projects that have gone consistently over budget and had to go cap in hand to other bodies to ask for money to complete them. They'll look at an LHI process, which is a very positive thing, but results in loads of applications not getting funding and a budget never being increased to match that. In fact, perhaps the only thing that I thought there was a really good initiative that was working really well in the 4 years was the rollout of residence parking schemes in Cambridge City. But then that was stopped by the Conservative administration for political reasons. So there's a picture here that residents will experience of 4 years of the Conservative administration knowing about all these problems and not having fixed them. 4 years in which officers have to go to multiple levels of local government to work out who they're going to write a report to get something done. So I go back to my example of the Forth Bridge. I mean, it's a bit of a myth. The Forth Bridge was never needed to be repainted from the very beginning when it started, but they did continuously have painting crews on it for a very long period of time until the local government in the area actually invested in infrastructure to mean that those painting crews were not continuously needed, and it didn't need to be repainted for another 25 years. That is what the Conservative group have not managed to do. They've continuously not taken council tax rises in previous years. Much like national government at points, they've acted probably in good faith, but too late. And that's why I can't support this Conservative amendment, because again, it acts too late. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Manning. Councillor Nieto.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to, I think, to remind everybody that this amendment it's part of a bigger plan. So this is just one piece of the puzzle. From a community's perspective, I mean, we have been investing in our communities since 2017. This hasn't happened overnight. We started with the creation of the Communities and Partnerships Committee, and the work that the Coordination Hub has been doing is based on these last 4 years. This hasn't happened overnight. We have been investing in our communities and in our residents. And the councillors that sit in that committee should know this. So I'm very surprised by some of the comments. You know, since the situation has happened, which is very, it's not been great for anybody. We have been helping over 3,000 families with heating costs, food vouchers, white goods, even clothing. We have had over 9,000 calls to our COVID line, which our officers have been working 24/7 to be able to support our residents. So I just don't understand why we're saying that we're not supporting or investing on our residents. We have had over 4,000 food boxes by December. We have been helping over 32,000 children and young people to support it during the Christmas break. But it is really important that everybody that maybe will rewatch this and chair and the councillors know that our residents are not alone and there is help here. We have 24/7, we have a phone number which is 03450 455 219 that anybody can call if they need any help with anything that they need. Now that I have just reminded people of what we have been doing, I just wanted to, I think, elaborate a little bit on our plans. We are moving our services closer to the people we serve with our Cambridgeshire local initiative, which members from the opposition who have been criticizing this amendment kind of voted against it. So we have been working along our partners to focus on local priorities. We are engaging better with our parishes and with all our key partners. We have been, and we plan to continue commissioning service through our libraries and community hubs, making libraries and communities at the heart of everything that we do. We have been also enhancing the lives of our elderly residents and been supporting them to stay at home with our children program. And furthermore, we have also been working very closely with our combined authority because we understand that recovery doesn't start now once we set this budget. It has already started last year. And we have already been working towards this because we are very aware of the issues that are happening. And so we are focusing on aid on, the social and the economic recovery. We have also been supporting lots of local schemes. So like time banks, community wardens, and youth workers through our Cultivate Fund. Let's not forget our Innovate and Cultivate Fund, which has been running and which has been voted against by some of the people that have been speaking against this. But we will be continuing to support all our committees with our COVID COVID hub to make sure that there is recovery and that there is help for anybody that requires it. So I will be supporting this amendment, but let's not forget that this amendment is part of a bigger picture. It's not just this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nieto. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I hope you'll forgive me and also the leader, as I'm a relative new councillor to the County Council. So it's just under a year since I joined the County Council, and honoured to do so. But I must admit, when I first took a look at the published amendment from the Conservative group, there seemed to me to be a lack of evidence of supporting the emergence from the pandemic. Everybody recognises and really appreciates, I think, the fantastic work that staff have done through the pandemic. But it doesn't feel like a budget, certainly when I looked at this, that is for the post-pandemic world. So where is the real focus on young people support who have suffered and continue to suffer so badly? Where is the extra recognition of skill development for people who've lost their jobs and have to retrain? Where's the focus on the green investment, which the Prime Minister himself has said will be central to the recovery? Where is the support for those suffering from long COVID, which will be present in our communities for some time? We've said we have to send clear signals, in my view, to our young people of our support, and that we are thinking about them. I have to be able to look our communities in the eye and say, we are very much focused on the County Council in the post-pandemic world and the support that we can give them. I hope many councillors will feel that they can support, for example, our amendment, Liberal Democrat amendment that focuses on green apprenticeships, where we can benefit from an economic recovery and support our young people at the same time. So I feel that this amendment and this budget is not exceptional. It looks like a budget for business as usual and does contrast with a lot of Conservative administrations in the east of England, where we've seen a more ambitious post-pandemic budget and business plan. So if there was ever a time we needed an exceptional budget, it's now. We need to do, I know that the Conservative administration have focused on the burden on our residents, but it isn't just a financial burden. It's a social and economic burden, and we need to think about that and focus on that strongly. So, Chair, for those reasons, I'm afraid I cannot support the Conservative amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. There's a statement at the foot of the Conservative amendment on page 2 about a 4.99% council tax rise being unthinkable. It's a bit pious, isn't it? Because if you go back into history, that's certainly not the case. Back in 2018, the Tories raised council tax by 4.99%. At the time, that was more than what they said was needed, and they stuffed the balance, about £9 million, down the back of the sofa. In 2019, they raised council tax again by 4.99%. But then they reached down the back of the sofa and found another 1.3 million from the MRP fund, and then borrowed 18 million in order to balance the budget. Last year, they borrowed a further 21 million. This year, it's another 17 million of borrowing and more money from down the back of the sofa. As Councillor Counts has said, they got 4 million quid from the MRP fund and another 4 million from the Transformation Fund. That's a total of 65 million over 3 years of one-off funding for the revenue budget. That's unsustainable. You can't pay ongoing revenue bills by raiding reserves and by borrowing. There's a limit to the amount of money you can find down the back of the sofa. Council accounts spoke proudly of the increase in expenditure on service budgets. I think it was about 75 million. Around about 2/3 of that has been funded by council tax increases, a major slug from the ongoing benefit of those 4.99% increases 3 and 4 years ago. That leaves 1/3 which has not been funded out of council tax and is funded out of non-sustainable sources. And that's not an ongoing sustainable situation. Which brings us back to piety. 4.99% is not unthinkable. Tories have done it before, and they'll probably do it again if they have the chance. This amendment is the marriage of unprincipled piety and back of the sofa budgeting. I really can't support it, and nobody with common sense understanding of arithmetic could do either. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Downs.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to comment just briefly and concisely on one sentence on the first page of the document about the Conservative amendment, and that is where the statement is made that we've been campaigning for fairer funding because we would, if we were in London, we'd be getting an extra £132 million per year. Now, that is, of course, only the gross figure. And what it does not take into account is that the cost of providing services in London is very much higher than it is in the rest of the country. That is shown up in school funding, for example, by extra weighting for London and for on the multiple deprivation index. Now, the point I seem to want to make is that by putting in an incorrect statement, the Conservatives are putting forward a duplicitous proposal, which is aimed at luring people into thinking what a good job they're doing, when in fact they're not.
Councillor Downs, I'm not hearing you. Have we lost you? Don't know if other members can hear you. Councillor Downs, you appear to be muted. Oh, you're back on.
I have finished speaking.
Sorry, Councillor Downs, I missed that bit then. I didn't realise you'd finished speaking. Thank you. Councillor Batchelor.
Thank you, Chairman. In speaking to this amendment by the Conservative group, I'll just be making one point, and that is I'm sure that everyone in the meeting agrees that we do need additional spending on highways, especially given the issues that we have encountered this past year. However, I think there is some folly here, and that is one that Council may come under some scrutiny for, and that is there is a lack of additional funding allocated for any other part of the Council outside place and economy. As someone that sits on the Communities and Partnerships Committee and has seen the great work that that committee has achieved, specifically in their reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic, I would have been keen to see some additional funding put into people and communities in this amendment to give us as an authority more scope to enhance this sterling work. I can't comment firsthand on the work of the other committees, but I'm certain that they would be saying the same thing. So, Chairman, I do believe more money needs to be put into highways, but I think a more balanced and fairer budget is required for this council. So I'll be voting against this amendment and supporting the one put forward by the Liberal Democrat group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. It's indeed pleasing that the Conservatives are paying attention to the environment and particularly to biodiversity. And of course, that's commendable. However, the tragedy of this amendment is that there's a lack of vision, a lack of creativity, and a lack of realisation that items that they have put forward in the budget, that the county, that all the ratepayers in the Cambridgeshire are having to pay for, could be paid for if only the leading group would approach central government. I give one example as to biodiversity. Chalk streams in Cambridgeshire and in Cambridge City are absolutely essential. And one of the problems is that they are drying out because of the greater usage of water. And yet the County Council, the Conservative group, do not appear to realise that DEFRA, the Department for the Environment, Food and Agriculture, is actually supporting by its own funding attention being paid to chalk streams. And if the county would work together with the City Council and our commendable councillor Katie Thornborough, who has charge of this area on the City Council, then they would be able to work in a cooperative manner with the City Council and employ funding from DEFRA in order to address this issue. That's just one example. The second one is highways. Now, the County Council, the Conservative group, seem to believe that the way to address highways is simply to adopt a band-aid approach. Patch this, patch that, patch the other. Now, the reality about a pothole is that nobody wants a pothole, whether it's on the roadway or it's on the footway. But in the end, simply filling a pothole can ultimately become more dangerous, because what happens is that the filler tends to wear away and it leaves on the edge a dangerous problem for cyclists when they're walking along, or for pedestrians walking along. And what we can look at in Cambridgeshire is that the the Greater Cambridge Partnership gained money from central government for major projects, the Milton Road project, the Histon Road project. And what they are designed to do is what is a must for highways and footways throughout Cambridgeshire, and that is address the undersurface as well as the top surface. Don't just fill in potholes on the top or cracks. Make sure that we get funding from central government to properly support a program of reconstruction, recovery and renewal in relation to our highways. Don't simply use the county budget and the taxpayers, the residents, when we can get this money from central government. And I come really to the final of 2 points I want to make, and that is about children. I commend my colleague, Councillor Claire Richards, and Councillor Sandra Crawford for the big struggle, the fight that we fought for Labor for Save Our Children's Centres. Now, we didn't manage that, and the Conservative amendment clearly does not care about children or young people who are crucial in the here and now and crucial for our future. And what was said in relation to that excellent question from Dr. Alexandra Bulat about the fields should make the Conservatives hang their head in shame that they have not addressed this issue of children and young ones in their alternative budget. What was said there was that the fields had to, they couldn't match the fees with the economic situation of the residents in the area. Abbey is the poorest ward in Cambridge, and the City Council is endeavouring to do something about this, but the county does not care. And Abbey challenges some areas of the fens for the poverty, and that it's a deprived area, and it's one of those areas that, along with the fens and the children in
Councillor
the
Scott, your time is up. Thank you.
children throughout Cambridgeshire should be properly accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnan.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me? Because I think my...
Yes, I can.
Lovely, thank you very much. So I wanted to point out that whilst it's creditable that the Conservative amendment seeks to put money into flood attenuation, I would just like to give you some examples of what I've been doing in recent months. So on Christmas Eve, after midnight, I was in a local village trying to assist a resident who was fearful that his house would be flooded because of a blocked surface water drain, which he had been complaining about since August and indeed last year. On Christmas morning, I was alerted by the engineer of the internal drainage board, concerned that, fearful that the bank of the River Cam might collapse, and that would put my residents in my ward in danger. Then more recent, I note fortunately that during this winter, the district council, however, has been undertaking a programme of clearance of the award drains, and that's going brilliantly. However, over the last 2 weeks, I've been visiting residents who are in Land Beach and Water Beach, the clue is in the name, and where the lead local flood authority has not enforced maintenance of riparian drains, ditches and other watercourses. And I thank my colleague, Councillor Wilson, for asking such pertinent questions, which we've received answers to, or rather, we've received a response to. So then on Friday, I was with a local farmer who was brilliantly pumping out from a drain beside the A10 to a main drain between fields, some 100, 200 metres to the east, in order to prevent cottages nearby from being flooded by the overflow from that ditch by the A10, causing them a problem. Now, so what I'm pointing out is that there has been, as witnessed by Councillor Wilson's questions, there has been 5 years of neglect of our drainage assets in this county. And whilst what I recognise is that we would have, had we had an opportunity to put up council tax as we would have wished to over the last 5 years, we would have a significant amount of money that could have been put into this work. We are, as all members on this council will know, a large proportion of our area is in the Fens, and I know that's very close to a lot of members' hearts of all parties. My concern is that we have neglected this for far too long, and it's high time that this was redressed. You know, we have noted from the answers to Councillor Wilson's questions that we've had no formal enforcement action to ensure riparian owners maintain flow in ditches in the last 5 years up to December 2020. No team has been dedicated to watercourse enforcement, and there has been no regular inspection. There has been no record of how many gullies and road drains have been cleaned. They have 2 in-house gully machines maintained by Skanska, but contractors don't report back when jobs are done. So no inspection can be taken of the quality of that work. There's an acceptance that I quote, "We are looking closely at how clearing of gullies can be improved," because clearly there's a recognition that it hasn't been done properly up to now. So can't this council admit that it has treated residents in the Fens and the Fen Edge and elsewhere shamefully in its inadequate attention to flood maintenance over the last 5 years? Instead of taking advantage of the dry years which we've had to ensure that ditches and drains are in good order, they've simply ignored them. And now our residents are paying the price in pumping out with gardens like lakes and toilets that won't flush because groundwater levels are too high. It's a disgrace in our civilized country. I commend the Liberal Democrat budget amendment, which front loads our commitment to funding initiatives on climate change and highways and flooding improvement. So I cannot support the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Chairman. There was me thinking we were debating the Conservative amendment, but there we are. I absolutely must address some things that Councillor Moschini raised in her speech, where she attacked the administration's approach to the adult social care budget, and it's also been alluded to by others in their speeches. We are significantly increasing adult social care budgets. This increase has come through the Adults Committee process, where it was agreed by the committee. In 2020-21, that's the current year, the net operating budget for adult social care and safeguarding is £141 million. In 2021-22, the year that we're just hoping to agree, the net operating budget is increasing to over £161 million. That's an increase of over £20 million going into adult social care. And for the remaining 4 years of the medium-term financial strategy, there are further increases every single year. And if you average it out, it's £11 million each year. The Labour budget amendment proposes £300,000 increase, which they reverse out again in 2024. And I do look forward to hearing their proposals for this money. Whilst it's no doubt well-intentioned by them, it pales into insignificance compared with the increases already agreed by the administration and the council through the committee process. And it certainly doesn't stand up against the attack from Councillor Moschini, which, and I remind her, it's a greater than £20 million increase. To say that we're not investing in adult social care is totally and utterly wrong. I do not accept it. It puts a totally incorrect message out to our residents who need to have confidence, and they can have confidence, that these critical services are there for them.
Have you finished, Councillor Bailey?
I have, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realise you were just hesitating there. Thank you. I have Councillor Tierney next. Councillor Tierney. Councillor Tierney, are you able to hear me? Colleagues, I'm not hearing Councillor Tierney. Can I just check other colleagues are hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
I think Councillor Tierney looks frozen on his screen.
It says it's not very nice weather out there, but I hope it's not frozen. In which I'm going to, Councillor Tierney, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can now.
Okay, good. I could hear you all.
Councillor Tierney, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Something was clearly going wrong. Okay.
I think we've lost you, Councillor Tierney. I'm going to suggest we probably take the next. You might put your hand back up again, and we'll try and come back in later. I think I'll Councillor Howell, do you want to start?
Well, Chairman, I'll try. Let's see how I go. If I don't break up or start sounding like a Dalek, I'll be quite brief.
I can hear you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, with regards to the gullies, let's not say the gullies are the crews that are out there doing work are doing a tremendous job. Currently, they're clearing between about 600 and 1,000 gullies per day. That's approximately how many gullies they're doing, depending on the state of them. They're absolutely out there. And I make no apology, and neither does any of the Conservative administration, for prioritising houses before we prioritise gardens and roads. Houses are our priority. Houses is where we will actually be out there straight away as soon as we possibly can. So that is where our priority will always be. With regards to the COVID pandemic and how we've helped there, yes, we have helped there. We've done a lot, but it's what we do now. It's out there. So with regards to highways, we're making sure that all roads, whether they are on the routes for being gritted, are gritted to the actual centres, to the vaccination centres. We're providing grit bins there so that people nearby can actually use them on the paths. This is what we're doing. We're out there on the roads and we're out there making a difference. With regards to the resident policy scheme, parking scheme, I think it'd be fair to say that Councillor Manning was being slightly disingenuous there, because he well knows that that is coming to the committee now, and that was put on hold. And so it is coming to the committee. It hasn't been put to one side, and that should be discussed. Councillor Scott, said about the Cambridge, Greater Cambridge Partnership and how it should be used. Well, that is only for Cambridgeshire and also, Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire. That is not for the whole of Cambridgeshire and cannot be used for the whole of Cambridgeshire, that particular finances. So whatever ideas can be used there can only be used in those two particular areas. And also we have to remember that if we were in London, we would have an extra 32 million. Now that was touched upon, saying that, of course, you know, the London waiting scheme, That may well be soon, but it's a damn sight closer to go from one end of the area in London to the other than it is to go from one side of Cambridgeshire to the other. I think the policy and the money that we have put and allocated for the future is excellent. I will be supporting the scheme, as I think it is by far the best scheme we have seen today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Councillor Hoy.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I didn't want to speak today because I thought there's going to be a lot of people speaking, but there was a few things that said that really annoyed me. I think firstly, it was the comment about children and saying that people don't care. It wasn't very long ago, it was at the last Children and Young People's Committee that we were talking obviously about the issue of COVID and the impact on children. And I have to say, and before anyone jumps in and corrects me, you can watch the meeting on YouTube, you can see that this is factual. There was no comments from the opposition about children for a very long time. We talked about parents and we were saying about how we were feeling very sad for parents having lots of stress. There was comments about teachers and how we must help teaching staff. And it was only when I said, actually, come on, guys, like, let's not forget the kids here, that we then sort of started talking about that. So it's a little frustrating when everyone acts like that they were sort of gung-ho fighting for the children's rights, because that's not quite how I remember it. And I also feel a bit frustrated with the fact that if anyone ever actually brings this up, and I've seen quite a lot of debates online where people are discussing children's mental health and the impacts of it, people kind of get very aggressive and call them COVID deniers and try to really politicise the issue. And I don't think that's helpful, because actually I am genuinely really terrified about the impact this has got on our children and young people. We all know that calls to childline have increased. I don't, I wouldn't want to say this is fact because I haven't checked this, but there's just people are saying that suicide rates have increased. And I do think we really need to be taking this very, very seriously. And I don't think this is necessarily all about money either. There's a lot of support that we can give and that we should be giving to children. So that kind of did annoy me. It also annoyed me the point about the roads, because, yeah, okay, maybe we are going to get some more money from government, but great, the more money, the better. I don't know about you guys, but the roads in my area aren't great. Maybe in Cambridge, you've got some nice cycleways, but in Fenland, our roads are falling to pieces and we need to be fighting for every single extra bit of cash that we can get. And so I certainly will be voting for more money for highways. And just finally, the point early on in the debate, which sort of, I don't think it was intended this way, and I hope it wasn't, but one of the Liberal Democrats suggested that only rich people pay council tax. And I think that kind of really annoyed me, because everyone pays council tax now. So it was not only factually inaccurate, but I think it annoyed me because it just shows such a misunderstanding. We often get this from the Liberal Democrats, where they sort of pretend they understand poor people because they feel guilty about their issues that poor people face, but they don't actually have ever been poor themselves. And they just want to talk about how rich people can afford to pay more. Well, it's not just rich people paying council tax. There are some very, very hardworking people on the breadline that go to work every day, especially around here in local factories, that have to pay council tax, and they are really, really, really struggling to make ends meet. So to suggest to them that they are somehow rich people that deserve to pay more, I just think is actually disgraceful, to be honest.
Have you finished, Councillor Hoy?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. My computer is about to close me down and restart, so I will return to the meeting as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Kavanagh, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, loud and clear.
It's your chance to
I won't repeat like the things that have been said. One thing that I think I can commend in the Conservative amendment is the raid on the transformation coffers, the transformation fund. I've noticed over a number of years it's had a kind of ornamental function rather than being a kind of dynamic fund. And it's good to see that monies are going to be taken out of the transformation fund, which will not make it necessary to increase the council tax, because as we've seen, during the COVID crisis, I'd say the poverty within our communities has been really exposed. I'm pleased to see in many ways that the world has come to see just the disparities in what is ostensibly and always highly publicised as being one of the wealthiest and fastest growing regions in the UK, there are these huge disparities in wealth and poverty. So it's good that the Conservatives have put a very low increase in the council tax, just as the Labour amendment is proposing.
Sorry, Councillor Kavanagh, have you finished?
Yeah, I thought it's best to be brief rather than repeating things.
I fully appreciate that, Councillor. Yeah. Can I ask other speakers? It's very difficult for me to know whether we've lost you or you've just decided that's the end. Could you just say that? That's it, tell me you've finished. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chairman. The debate has gone in many directions. A couple of points I'd like to go on, and like others, I'm not going to talk for the sake of it. Councillor Jenkins, who's a very active and very positive member of the C&I committee, talked about back of the sofa money from 4 or 5 years ago. Maybe that's where the £42 million that the C&I committee has brought forward that's been invested in frontline services could have gone, but it didn't. It went to frontline services to be reinvested, made by commercial and investment decisions of the committee that happens to be under my chairmanship now, but has been a Conservative initiative and run for 4 to 5 years. There's been a couple of comments where we're focusing on 1 or 2 lines of amendments. This is a big jigsaw. And when you start with a jigsaw, what you tend to do is focus on the 4 corners. Maybe that's adults, children's, community and green. Well, we've got them and we've got them covered. Then you go to the straight edge bits, or maybe that's highways, commercial investment. And I think we've now got those in a really, really good position. But to complete the whole picture, you often have to work together and pull together other ideas. And that's what we hope to do. Chairman, that's all I've got to say. Thank you. That's me finished.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Shooter.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I just really wanted to concentrate on highways because that's the area I was involved in for the last 3 years. The criticism of the dragon patcher I'm very disappointed in, or the dragon patchers that we have out there. Thousands and thousands of potholes are being filled by this innovative scheme across Cambridgeshire. Admittedly, 1 or 2 do break up and come out again, but that's the nature of repairing roads. Now, Councillor Scott quite rightly said the preferred way of doing things would be fantastic schemes, well funded, like Milton Road and Histon Road. If only we could get that sort of money from government, we would do it, and we have. We spent £16 million completely relaying and restructuring some Fenland roads last year, which was money we got externally from the government, and we will continue, and our office continually lobby government to get more money for specific schemes. We spent over £1.25 million on the 1307 for safety measures. These were again targeted schemes, the right way of doing it. But you have to address what you've got out there, and what you've got out there are roads that are continually deteriorating. Councillor Manning mentioned the Forth Road Bridge, which I have mentioned on a number of occasions. I do think it's a good analogy. You can never have enough money for highways. The beast from the east destroyed a lot of the surfaces of our roads 3 years ago. And I dread to think the damage that's being done over the next week or so with the freezing and water that you get on roads. But roads are a very, very difficult thing to maintain. We need to be getting this funding from wherever possible. We've identified that footpaths are in a poor state. We've known about this for some time. We've actually been doing a lot of top dressing of the footpaths to try and alleviate it. But this money will enable us to do much more root and branch work to footpaths. And it's right, this is the feedback we get from our parish councils. This is the feedback we get from people. During the COVID crisis, a lot more people have been walking, and I don't think that will change that much. I think a lot of people now are walking on our pavements and will continue to do so. And we need to put more into them and again, go for a better level of repair. And again, we've identified that. The systems are now in place to do this more effectively. The reporting tool, while not perfect, is working much, much more effectively now. If you report your pothole or if you report the damage, it goes straight on the tool. I've had a lot of interaction with the people that are managing it. It is regularly cleared down and it is regularly looked at now. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than it was a few years ago. So I think all these things are improving, but we need to put more money into these highways. It's an area where we can make a difference. It's all about our communications with our villages, out across the county. It's just like broadband, which we put a lot of money into. You need to have those communications. And I think it's absolutely the right thing to do and absolutely the right area to put money in. And I absolutely commend this budget and the emphasis that's been put on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tudor. Councillor Tierney, an opportunity if you come back in, if you're able to. Can you hear me?
Chairman. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, so I've turned the video off to hopefully improve my connection.
It improves things for us as well.
Good,
Sorry.
thank you. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to make a couple of points about the debate so far. Councillor Jenkins referred to back of the sofa money and referred to it 3 or 4 times. And it seemed to me that he was trying to use that wording to suppose some sort of shady dealing, something underhand, which I think is a bit sad, because when you put money aside one year and then get it back a couple of years later, that's normally called saving. You make good use of existing funds. It's not back of the sofa, it's called saving, Councillor Jenkins. I'm not surprised that Lib Dems struggle to understand the word saving. I think that is explained a little bit by some of the other comments we've heard. Again, Councillor Jenkins used the word pious, and that seemed to refer to a desire to offer value for money and lower tax burden on the public. I don't think that's pious. I think that's sensible, and I think people appreciate it. And I think Councillor Netzinger really helped us understand the whole Lib Dem approach to money, because she referred to council taxpayers as wealthy people. Of course, that's already been talked about by other people as being absolute nonsense. I just want to remind Councillor Netzinger and the Lib Dems that taxpayers are not cash cows. They're to be milked by you anytime you want to virtue signal with endless spending and cash giveaways. It's very easy to spend other people's money. You should be asking whether you are actually doing it correctly or just to make yourselves feel good. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Oh, golly, coming in thick and fast now. Councillor Bywater.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As Chairman of the CYP Committee, first I'd just like to thank all the members of the CYP Committee for their continued support and efforts over the past 12 months. But there's a couple of things that have been said today that, you know, I always try and remain calm under pressure. It's something I've always done. But the comment from Councillor Scott in relation to that, you know, members simply just don't care was quite remarkable at best. And also the subject of children's centres keeps coming up. It keeps regurgitating itself. And this suggestion by Councillor Netzinger that, you know, it's cuts. This was described to us that we wanted to ensure that the right services are delivered at the right place to support the right people and the opportunities to give families the opportunity to seek the services that we provide. You know, it's well documented, our children's centres. Actually, during the consultation, no staff were reduced on the front line during the reconfiguration of the children's centres. So that's probably useful to remember. But I just want to touch on what we've been doing over lockdown at the children's centres. As the restrictions began in March 2020, we've had to adjust our services quite rightly to government guidance. Services delivered more and moved to more of a fixed person support on a one-to-one basis. The council ensured that centres were able to offer midwifery opportunities at all times. Centres have continued to and increased opportunities for families access across the centres to have our children weighed at all times. Our centres reopened during September and December, and 1,420 places were filled and attended by members of parents and pre-mobile babies. Centres remained open during that time. Social media has played a key part on our delivery. We've been able to use our centre staff to create films demonstrating what activities are needed. Centre staff have designed and delivered a range of virtual group workshops, an alternative into in-person parenting programmes. The list goes on. So I won't carry on with that, Chairman. I also just want to touch on youth support. That, you know, we continue to support. We've got a rich history of supporting youth programmes in Cambridgeshire. You may recall at our last council meeting, we discussed the National Citizen Service, which we are very proud of here in Cambridge and recognised nationally. But also the youth and community teams now sits under Councillor Criswell's portfolio in the Think Community Service. But I want to touch on some of the stuff we're doing for our youths. The Community Reach Fund. Okay, we've delivered 15 programmes to 15 organisations, totaling £154,000 in the last 5 years. The National Citizen Services funding has been delivered on an annual basis. The DfE Essential Skills for Life programme, £1.4 million. Cambridge City and South Cambridge Area Partnership Fund, £44,000 was recently released and used to provide services. The Youth Voice is £73,000. The Detached Youth Work, £13,000. The Community Capital Funding, £1.2 million has been awarded to capital projects around Cambridgeshire. And the Innovate and Cultivate Fund of £844,000 awarding projects and grants to children, young peoples and families. I could go on, Chairman. I won't. I'll leave it there. I think this is a good amendment and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. Councillor Simone Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. I do welcome the 20 million extra for the footpaths. So in that respect, I would like to see St Neots Market Square footpaths readdressed because they are absolutely disgusting. They're dangerous. They hold water under the slabs. You tread on the slabs, you get absolutely soaked by the water coming back up. People get their heels stuck in the pavements. It's a total shambles. So absolutely do welcome 20 million extra for footpaths. Saying that, I still don't think this goes further enough, this amendment. As I said last year, I am still waiting 3 years later for a section of a road, the B1043 Barford Road in Amesbury, to be resurfaced. It's probably about 200 to 300 metres. 3 years later, I am still waiting. 2 times a year, it's dragon patched, and each time those stones are released, they're all over the path. They are dangerous yet again for cyclists and pedestrians. I cannot support this amendment. It does not go further enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Hickford, you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to come in now?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm sure Councillor Count will pick up the things that he's been asked to address. I'd like to thank Councillor Manning for recognising the success of the LHI, the Conservative initiative. However, he did criticise some bids not being successful. I'd just like to point out that the Conservative administration have almost increased the fund or doubled it in recent years. Last year, 200,000 going in. I'd just like that recognised that we actually appreciate the scheme, and so do the residents.
Chair, can I make a point of personal explanation, please?
What is your personal? Yes.
A very brief point. The point I was making in relation to what Councillor Hickford just said was that it wasn't that schemes were unsuccessful, it's that the budget wasn't enough to meet the needs of all the schemes that are submitted consistently year on year.
Thank you.
Chair, can I now please finish?
Yes,
the nature of bidding is that some bids are actually successful and others aren't. And that's the whole point of it being a bidding scheme. Otherwise, it would just be a bottomless pit that people just put an application and no matter how good or bad their scheme was, it would be funded. That's the actual nature of the beast. My point is, I believe the scheme's almost 900,000 in total now. I remember back in 2015, I think it was, along with Paul Bullen at the time. As Chair of Highways, we put an extra 200,000 in back then, and we put an extra 200,000 in last year in the budget. So we've almost doubled that fund, recognising just how well supported and appreciated it is by residents. And the fact that it isn't funded enough, I don't accept. I think we've done really well funding it and putting extra money in. And therefore, I feel that it's a success and should not be criticised. And also, Chair, sorry, I almost finished. I don't remember the opposition coming in and suggesting they're going to put any more money into the LHI schemes in recent years.
Thank you, Councillor Hickford. Are you finished now?
I think so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Count, the opportunity for you as mover of the original motion to come in and reply if you wish to.
Thank you, Chairman. Many areas to cover, so I'm going to try and restrict myself to some of the main areas of the debate. And the first area, probably the largest area, is the subject of taxation. And I'm really quite surprised that the Liberal Democrat Party wanted to talk about it so much, because whilst the Conservative proposals amount to a combined total of 2.99% for the coming year, and then down to the regulation amount of 2% for the following years, the Liberal Democrat amendment, which we'll hear about later on, actually goes for the maximum possible over the first 2 years, and then exceeds regulations for the following 3 years at 3%, 3%, 3%. In fact, it must be embarrassing, not for them to hear that we propose to tax less than them by 4.5%, but even the Labour group have proposals of 4.5% less taxation over the
can I just
So, Councillor, can you just hold one? Councillor Nsinga, why are you interrupting?
to make an objection on grounds of factual accuracy?
Sorry, Councillor Nsinga, you can only interrupt on a point of personal explanation or a point of order. And if it's a point of order, can you please tell me which order you are objecting to?
I was asking about accuracy and I've got your answer. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Count, carry on, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So as I was pointing out, over the medium term, the Liberal Democrat Party are proposing to increase taxation by 4.5% more than the Conservative and Labour proposals, which is very embarrassing. And when we hear terms such as clever financial trickery and money down the back of the sofa, it's a shame, really, that opposition members are using that to try and disguise, or perhaps they're failing to understand simple and transparent rules of financing that are enclosed in all these documents here today and approved by the Section 151 officer. So on the subject of highways, I'd like to point out that we use an asset management approach that is actually successful. So the worst roads are done first, and sometimes it's not obvious because it might be substructures than that. And that asset management approach, year after year, puts us in the A band, which gets us more money from government. So we actually are taking the right approach, an established correct approach to our highways. And when the difference between short-term patching and long-term funding is necessary, we actually bring forward proposals such as the B1050 that are in our Conservative amendments today. And I have to ask, seeing as neither of the other parties have that in their amendments today, if they're just prepared to let it ultimately shut rather than actually deal with something that needs a significant amount of money. The last thing I want to concentrate on really encapsulates an awful lot of the comments made by the other parties about what was not included in the Conservative amendment. And we heard from many of the Conservative councillors why it was not included in the amendment. And we also heard it in my opening speech, because it's in the main budget. The main budget had actually increased by £42 million, 6.9%. A lot of those areas that were raised by the opposition saying, oh, you didn't include this in the amendment, is because we have striven all year to ensure that the vulnerable and the COVID recovery was at the very front of our plans in bringing this budget, main budget, forward. These amendment proposals are only 1.5% compare of that total budget, and they are on political priorities after we have sorted out the most vulnerable. And I shall quote the 151 officer report on this, where it talks about the additional demand increase in the cost base and the long-term impact of COVID-19 are the key drivers for this increase in costs, £42 million, 6.9%. I think we've heard enough now, Chairman, for us to move to the vote. And it is with absolute conviction on my part, and I think the majority of the right-minded people listening to this budget today, that we approve this amendment and vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. As you say, we will now move to the vote. So I'll now ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct the vote electronically. Mrs. Rowe, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll ask the host to actually publish the poll for us to undertake that. Members, if you are in favour of the amendment, please click the button marked for and submit. If you are against the amendment, please click the button marked against and then submit. If you wish to abstain, please click the button marked abstain and then submit. I will check with the host whether everybody has voted.
Just a couple more left to vote. I've got 57 out of 59.
So it's 2 more, Chair, to vote.
Are we able to, do we know who those 2 are?
No, we don't, I'm afraid.
No, I couldn't remember that. Can you just confirm, colleagues, that you've all managed to vote? If there's anybody who is still not sure what to do, could they please indicate now?
Councillor Hickford has his hand raised and Councillor Bates, Chair.
Councillor Hickford.
Yeah, there was 2 things. First of all, maybe it's Councillor Bates is coming in. I did get a message from him saying he's having trouble at the moment, so maybe he's one of the ones that hasn't voted. But I was also going to say that I think it's vital that everyone votes in this. Quite often we have a vote where some people manage.
Yes, we know that, Councillor Hickford. We do appreciate that, Councillor Hickford. Thank you for your help. But at the moment, I'm trying to establish who hasn't voted. Councillor Bates, are you able to hear me?
I am indeed, Mr. Chairman. I have voted, but it's failure to submit so I am for the proposal for the Conservative amendment, Mr. Chairman. Hope that's clear.
Could you note that, please, Democratic Services? Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to observe you said 57 members out of 59, and yet at the beginning you told us that we had a full house, which I understand to be 61.
Yes, we've had Councillor Bradnam, we've had apologies from 2 members, possibly 3, as I'm not sure if Councillor Chris will join us.
Thank you.
We have apologies.
Can I just check with the host where we are with the numbers?
That makes, with Councillor Bates voting for, that gives us a 59 out of 59 expected. So
in that case, I'm going to close the vote and ask the host to announce it, Chair.
Please.
So the results are as follows: 34 votes in favour, 23 against, 2 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is carried.
Thank you, colleagues. That means that now that the amendment is now the substantive motion. Before I move on, but we do have 2 more amendments submitted. So before I move on to them, I just want to remind you that debate took well over an hour. When we come to the main debate on the main motion following the other 2 amendments, I hope you won't repeat what you've been saying during the amendment stages. So think on it. It's going to take as long for the other amendments as we've done for that one. We're going to be here for quite a long time. Right. So, Councillor Nsinga, would you please move the amendment from the Liberal Democrat Party, please, and speak to it?
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. I would like to move the Liberal Democrat amendment and will now speak to it. I would first of all like to say that on a point of factual accuracy, I would like to address what was said by the Leader of the Council regarding our amendment at the end of his speech. It was implied that our council tax proposals were not allowable over the long term, and this is simply untrue, and I would like to ask him to retract it, partly in order to show respect for his own financial officers who have approved this amendment and passed it as allowable. That our council tax proposals in this amendment are lower than those for neighbouring Conservative councils, and indeed significantly lower than those made by the Conservative group in Peterborough. Our council tax amendment focuses on 4 key priorities. The first and most urgent is to increase support for our communities following the pandemic. The past year has shown just how important local action to support the vulnerable is, and volunteers and community groups have done an incredible job in stepping forward to help. But we must recognise that the need to support local communities will not pass once the lockdown is over. The pandemic has left many families struggling both financially and economically after a deeply traumatic year. Young people's mental health has been an issue of growing concern before the pandemic, and evidence is already showing that months of isolation and uncertainty over exams have exacerbated those problems. Our young people need accessible advice and support from trusted adults who are neither family nor school, and this is what Universal Youth Services provide. Trusted adults known to their communities who are there when children and families need them and not after a long assessment process. These universal services are what have been lost during the years of this Conservative administration's cuts, and this budget amendment, with its long-term commitment to community support hubs, would start to redress those cuts. These community support hubs would be there for young people and their families, but they would also be there for vulnerable adults and those who care for them, who are so often forgotten. Our second focus is on jobs. The job double whammy of the pandemic and Brexit have left many small and medium-sized businesses reeling, and apprenticeship starts have dropped dramatically. Our amendment recognises that local action is needed to help businesses and young people to develop the skills we need for our local economy to recover. Our third focus is on climate change. The pandemic must be an opportunity to refocus our economic recovery towards a carbon neutral future. This council has some brilliant officers who have done amazing work bringing forward projects which help us move towards green energy. However, there are many more similar projects which are not being taken forward because they need a little extra support to get off the ground. This fund would significantly increase the number of schools able to move to green heating and the number of communities able to stop relying on expensive oil heating. Finally, we come to highways maintenance and drain and gully clearance. The cuts to our routine maintenance have gone way too far, and we would reverse these cuts to drain and gully clearance and invest in schemes which would make active travel safer. We come to paying for these urgent priorities. When we come to paying for these urgent priorities, the difference in the cost for the Liberal Democrat proposals to the Conservative amendment, which offers no new support to communities or young people or jobs or climate action, the difference is 13 pence a week for a Band D household. And that's for a household, not an individual. For a single person household, the cost of that package, or for someone on benefits, would be only 7p. And I would like to respond to Councillor Hoy's point on council tax. The idea that Liberal Democrats are suggesting that only the wealthy pay council tax is completely false. The difference is that the poor pay very little. I also really resent her idea that Liberal Democrats don't understand about what it is like not to have a lot of money. That is simply untrue. Both from personal experience and from our divisions, we fully understand that many families are very hard up at the moment. I vividly remember the months when I had to feed the family on beans because I was worried about being able to pay the rent. It is not that we do not understand this. What we do understand is that those tiny amounts of money, less than 7p a week for most families on benefits, would be well worth paying for the support that they would receive. And my goodness, when I was in those tough times, the support of family centres was really important. So that amount of money for that amount of support is really worth paying for. And those services go
Wind up, please, Councillor Nsinga.
People who need them most. And I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dupre, I understand that you're seconding the Lib Dem amendment. Do you wish to confirm that, please?
I'm seconding and I would like to reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Just making a note. Colleagues, the opportunity now to debate the Lib Dem amendment. Councillor Van de Ven.
Thank you, Chair. As part of our focus on children and young people, I'd like to speak for a minute, please, on our proposal to further expand the Junior Travel Ambassador Scheme, something that we discussed a year ago in the budget debate when it was very good to have the leaders' support. Of course, events quickly took over, but the JTA scheme stands today, and is more relevant than ever, with the potential to help build and develop wider experiences for our children and young people in their school and community settings. The JTA scheme is about children and young people as ambassadors for their schools, setting an example for new active travel habits in their home communities. It is about their voices, their independence and teamwork, and about good mental and physical health for all. The scheme currently operates in 28 primary schools throughout the county with a considerable waiting list. Last year, the first Young Travel Ambassadors scheme was piloted at a secondary school. At St. Bede's, the ambassadors came forward from years 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, participating in the planning and delivery of new ideas with their head teacher in tow at every meeting. They introduced the sale of bicycle lights within the school and put the profits toward helmet sales, promoting not just the practice and the joy of cycling, but of cycling safely. While COVID has interrupted our administrative tasks and forced all of our schools to focus intensively on new ways of core learning, active travel has been one of the much heralded good news stories of 2020, with the discovery of walking and cycling as free, easy, and fun, and ticking all the boxes of good physical and mental health. For children cooped up at home school, getting out on their own steam has been a critical part of the day, and I'm sure that we have all in our daily outdoor exercise seen far more children out walking and cycling than we ever did before. JTAs in all schools have now adapted to virtual meetings with our experienced and passionate road safety officer team, consisting of Marie Richards and Lynn Hess. Marie and Lynn have adapted their brief to designing and supporting the School Streets Initiative, which, as we know, has attracted huge and urgent interest from many schools and holds the potential ahead as we adopt and embed learning from COVID times. We'll soon be hearing about the Big Pedal in April, something that our JTAs will be helping to promote. I very much hope that we can anticipate the opportunity to further expand and develop this small but important scheme, allowing our children and young people to become community leaders for better health and well-being for all. I think it's worth noting that while our children's centers and open access youth clubs are geographically restricted, the JTA scheme is open to every single school community in the county. And this is a great opportunity for the council to support every corner of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor van der Ven. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I will be quite brief. I would just like to express support for the Lib Dem amendment and particularly focus on the expenditure we talk about for 21-22 of 200,000 additional on green apprenticeships and also for the following year. We believe that there's an opportunity for the council to really lead here on something of national significance. It's a new area in green apprenticeships being developed by the Institute of Apprenticeships, addressing apprenticeships in areas such as renewables, PV and other area. The green recovery, as I mentioned before, has been specifically mentioned by the Prime Minister. And in the government and in the budget, a target of 200,000 jobs have been identified as part of that green recovery post the pandemic. But those jobs will also require some new skills. The green apprenticeships will enable us to future-proof opportunities for young people who really need our help going forward. It's totally consistent with the government policy. I think Cambridgeshire has done great work in the green economy, but we need to support young people now to upgrade their skills and to be able to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the Chairman's Commendation Scheme initiative, and I have nominated some people. In her written amendment submission, Councillor Nessinger appears to suggest that county council officers and councillors are eligible for the scheme. Can the chairman confirm that this is not the case, please?
Thank you, Councillor King. If I understand you rightly, you're referring to the preamble that precedes the Lib Dem amendment.
That is
I did
correct.
actually notice this myself, actually. Okay, it's unusual for me to come in and respond, but I'll try to pick that up. You're absolutely right. The scheme, as I mentioned earlier in my chairman's announcements, is intended to recognise the work done by, whether it's residences, businesses, whatever, and it's for councillors to nominate. So normally, and so the commendation scheme is not really for councillors. You're doing your work as a local councillor and you do that 24/7. And of course, council staff generally are doing their ordinary jobs. If they themselves, as members of the public, get involved in something separately outside of the normal working hours, then of course they could be eligible for it. I think the problem is that it's the way it could be arguing semantics here, but I think it's the way in which the Lib Dem preamble goes. If the part which says many of which have been publicly recognised through the chairman's commendation scheme, if that part of the sentence had been put in the first sentence, it would have read right, but it's probably not grammatically incorrect, but it may be misleading. Thank you for that opportunity to explain that.
If I can make a point of personal explanation, I had not intended it to imply that councillors were eligible.
I'm sure you were, Councillor Nessinger. It's just that the way it reads, it could be misinterpreted, but we're not worried about that.
Thank you both. Thank you both for your clarifications.
Oh, you don't need anything else, Councillor King. Okay, thank you. Councillor Machini. Councillor Machini, are you?
Sorry, I'm here.
Right.
I do apologize. Thank you, Chairman. It does pain me, I have to say, what I'm about to say, as we always like to have a couple of budget amendments to choose from, which are not staggeringly awful, as the amendment that just passed sadly is. But if you're going to be the group which raises the highest amount of council tax, then you'd also expect to be the group that provides the highest investment into services for the coming year. And sadly, this isn't what we're seeing. In contrast to the Conservative amendment, this one does have investment into community recovery for a total of £800,000, which includes community support hubs and small business support. £800,000, even taken in its entirety, would not fund free school meals for the holidays for the entire financial year. In the period between December 2020 and the coming April, we have spent 1.4 million, the entirety of the government winter support grant, for free school meal and hub help. You are going to want to double that and not half it if you want to make an impact on food poverty during the entire COVID recovery year. This money goes up to 2 million over the medium-term financial strategy, but it then becomes lost in a somewhat vague definition of community services, which appear to involve children's and youth centres as well as disabled services. I humbly submit that reversing a decade of cuts to children's and youth services will take more than 2 million to the hubs over the medium-term financial strategy, and not to mention that the viability of this proposal rests on the assumption that the council will raise general council tax by 2.99 to 3.49% over the medium-term financial strategy, which is far from guaranteed at this point. The need around the hubs is in the here and now, and if we don't commit the funds now, our commitment to ending food poverty will be weakened. I will not repeat my comments on highways and biodiversity because they stand as I made them in my previous speech. I am very sorry not to be able to be more supportive of this amendment. I would be more supportive of the proposal to cut special responsibility allowances if the money raised went to top up the wages of our lowest paid staff, who still don't earn the real living wage. And I will stop here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Machini. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not used to hearing the Liberal Democrats arguing a case about proposing lower council tax rises than anyone, frankly. It's not their usual approach, where they have notoriously in the past regularly castigated Conservatives for not increasing council tax by the maximum possible amount. And of course, as ever, they are proposing the biggest council tax rise here today, so true to form, really. When the Adults Committee debated its section of the business plan at its meeting in December, Councillor Graham Wilson, who's the Lib Dem spokesmember for the Adults Committee, raised considerable concern about a particular savings proposal of £150,000. It's on page 88 of 374 of the business plan. It's AR 6.187. It's labelled additional vacancy factor. The proposal was very simply a pragmatic recognition that the very large adult social care staffing budget is never going to achieve 100% filled vacancies throughout the year. It would be unrealistic to expect every single job to be filled on every single day across the year in this very, very large staffing budget. And committee received absolute assurance that this was in no way a savings target and that all staff were encouraged and expected to seek to recruit to vacancies with no gap. But the 150k proposal was the only issue in contention within the adult social care budget of over £215 million. And Councillor Wilson was reluctant to vote for the adult social care business plan with this element included. And so Councillor Wilson and his Lib Dem colleague did actually abstain. So I'm very surprised, therefore, given the level of concern and fuss that was raised by Councillor Wilson at that meeting, not to see a reversal of this £150,000 saving in the Lib Dem amendment here today. And I can only assume that he also lost the argument with his group colleagues. Councillor Netzinger cited concerns earlier this morning about the Adults Positive Challenge.
Mr. Chairman, could I just clarify, what is the procedure?
Councillor Wilson, let me interrupt you. You're interrupting. What are you right? Is this a point of order, a point of personal explanation?
Well, how do I make a point of personal explanation if Councillor Bailey makes accusations about me at a previous adult social care meeting? How do I answer those accusations in this meeting, please?
Can I suggest you pick them up afterwards? But I'm not sure how Councillor Bailey whether she's misquoted. Talking about this meeting at the moment, we're discussing this amendment rather than previous things. So
yeah, well, I appreciate that, sir. But
can I invite Councillor Bailey to explain what you meant by that? And
thank you, Chairman. Well, it's all there perfectly clear to see on the YouTube video of the Adults Committee. In fact, I reviewed it this morning to make absolutely certain of my facts. He was objecting to the £150,000 savings proposal on vacancies, and I invited him and said that the time for him to deal with that matter was to put it forward in the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. So
Mr. Chairman, I'm not denying that I made those concerns because I queried why the vacancy.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson, I'm sorry to be a pain. Sorry to have to interrupt you again, Councillor Wilson, but we do, we start these meetings explaining to people that you can only rise on a point of personal explanation and a point of order. You've not done it on either, so I'm sorry. Can you take this up afterwards? If you feel that you have a complaint about what Kent Bailey has said, you can do that outside of this meeting.
Well, it's Mr. Chairman, it's a point of personal explanation related to what Councillor Bailey is saying.
Okay, give me your personal explanation then, if you believe she is wrong.
Well, she is referring to a discussion which was held at the Adult Social Care Committee when I queried the new allocation that was being put in as a saving on the vacancies. And I wanted to know why that was and to understand whether that was actually appropriate. So I'm trying to clarify how on earth I can explain that to the full council if Councillor Bailey makes accusations about me. She could go on to make, she and other councillors could go on and make accusations about things that other people have said at other committees. And I think that we should have a procedure against which we can make appropriate comments.
Then I suggest you take that up probably through Constitution and Ethics if we're going to have a different procedure. But could I suggest that between you both check the meeting and you can check the accuracy of what she said at that meeting. And if she is incorrect, then I suggest maybe she would like to offer you an apology, but outside of this meeting. Thank you.
Well,
Ken.
I'm not sorry.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
not
Councillor Wilson.
suggesting
I'm not going to hold the meeting up. I'm not going to
I'm
hold.
not suggesting she is incorrect, sir.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Councillor Bailey, would you continue, please?
Sorry, before Chairman, is Councillor Schumann here. Before Councillor Bailey continues, I just wish to remind members
Councillor
that
Schumann, are you rising?
Yes, this is a point of order, Chairman. If I may
What
continue,
order?
I'll start by saying this is a point of order. The point
What
of order
point of
refers to our
order? Sorry,
the point of
Councillor
order.
Schumann.
You're
Councillor
interrupting me, Chairman, when I'm trying to speak. I can't explain my point of order if you keep interrupting. My point of order
The
is.
reason I'm interrupting you, Councillor Schumann, is, as I explained at the beginning of the meeting, when you rise on a point of order, you tell me which order, which in terms of the rules of debate of the Constitution you're rising on. If you don't do that, I would then have to interrupt you. So please, what order are you rising on?
Thank you, Chairman. As I was trying to explain, my point of order is that this meeting under our Constitution should be conducted in line with our Constitution, as the Constitution states. As part of that point of order, Councillor Wilson hasn't referred to a personal explanation, because a personal explanation, and I quote from our Constitution, is a comment which they have made in this meeting. So, Chairman, apologies, but I just want to make sure that we are conducting the meeting as a point of order in line with our Constitution as stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schumann. I now understand. But hopefully that, in a way, was what I was trying to explain to Councillor Wilson, but I was failing to get through to it. But so I now intend for Councillor Bailey to continue. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I thank Councillor Wilson for his recognition that I was reporting what was said at ADOCS Committee accurately. And I think it's perfectly in order for the Chairman of the ADOCS Committee to report at full council the business that was discussed at the ADOCS Committee in the lead up to the development of our business plan proposals. So I'm absolutely confident in what I've said. I just wanted to finish by moving on to something that Councillor Netzinger spoke about in her opening comments this morning, where she cited concerns earlier today about the Adults Positive Challenge programme. But I have to say, no individual cases have been raised with me by the Liberal Democrat members or any council members on this subject. This has not been raised at committee, and it was not raised as an issue in the debate at committee.
I would like to make a point of personal explanation, please.
Councillor Netzinger.
I would like to make it clear that I have spoken, I have communicated on this case with senior officers on the council, and that the case was subsequently, in terms of the bills which were being sent, that issue was later resolved, but only after a person who should not have been put in a position of having to manage their own finances, which they were by this council, only after that person had been driven to the point of suicide by the pursuit from the council of money from that person.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Councillor Bailey, continue, please.
Thank you very much. I mean, there's two things to address there. I didn't suggest that Councillor Netzinger hadn't raised any issues with officers. I was quite clear when I stated that nobody had raised any issues with me, which would be helpful given that, I'm the chairman of the Adults Committee. Councillor Netzinger has clarified her comments from this morning, talking about matters relating to bills, which is not related in any way whatsoever to the Adults Positive Challenge programme. So I continue just to finish that, no Liberal Democrat members or any other members have raised this as an issue of debate at the committee in December when we were discussing the business plan. It's not included in their budget proposals, so clearly it's not a priority for the Liberal Democrat group. And Councillor Netzinger fails to recognise the thousands of positive conversations that have occurred through the Adults Positive Challenge programme that have improved people's outcomes. And Chairman, I've been so badly interrupted.
Bailey.
Chairman.
Yeah, Councillor Bailey, I have been, I did, like, are you on your final point? You're speaking and even allowing for that, you've gone over time. Please.
Chairman, I'm on my final sentence and I've been so badly interrupted. I think it's been impossible
to appreciate that.
To count the seconds. If the Adults Positive Challenge is the total nightmare that Councillor Netzinger describes, why on earth has she done absolutely nothing about it in the budget amendment from her group today? Hollow words, Chairman, easily tripped out with no action.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Nieto.
Chairman, before you start, can I just say that my computer's saying I'm about to be shut out and restarted, so I'll be back as soon as it starts again.
Thank you, Councillor Cuffley. Councillor Nieto.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to remind people in general that our society has systemic challenges which need to be addressed by a whole systems approach, you know, working closely with partners, linking with all the other...
Sorry to have to interrupt you. Councillor Nieto, Councillor Nieto, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for me, you're breaking up. I don't know whether it's just my end or the whole, everybody else is having difficulty hearing you. Can I just check with Mrs. Rowe? Are you hearing Councillor Nieto okay?
Yes, I am.
It's very difficult to...
Yes, I am perfect.
Okay, apologies, Councillor. Right, it must be my end. So you just carry on and I'll just, hopefully I'll pick it up what you're saying as well. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on.
That's okay. So I was just saying that our society has systemic challenges that need to be addressed as a whole systems approach, working closely with partners, linking with all the other organizations that are doing their bit, such utilities, if we're talking about, for example, the environment. It is very unrealistic to expect the county council to solve everything on their own. This is what we have. We have been taking a whole systems approach, and we will continue to refine this with a key focus on social mobility and recovery. This amendments discourse has been around supporting communities, yet the Liberal Democrats vehemently opposed the Communities and Partnerships Committee 4 years ago. And this committee has made huge progress and are the front of the response to COVID. The Innovate and Cultivate Fund was also opposed by the Lib Dems, and this has been hugely successful. The area champions have supported many interventions, initiatives, and community activities, but the Liberal Democrats in South Cambridge have opposed it, and there is no an area champion for South Cambridge supporting the community. We have to think communities, the place-based working, the Cambridge Hour Local, which they also opposed with the branding, the community outreach vehicle. The communities are at the heart of everything that we do. They are embedded in our Conservative administration service delivery. This has been a 4-year progress. This has not been a budget afterthought. So the fact that they're now bringing and talking about communities while opposing day in, day out, what we have been trying to do, it is just unrealistic, and I wouldn't be able to support this amendment. They're basing all this proposal is a 1 day, and they're just ignoring the rest of the 364 days. So I will be voting against this. And if they really want to be talking about communities, they should be really taking action during the committee and not just right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nieto. Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Chair, at last. Let's get down to some facts, shall we? Yeah, the Liberal Democrats are complaining about highways, but putting a pitiful amount of money, around 11 million, against the Conservatives, 29.7 million. Nearly 30 million pounds. The Liberal Democrats have just voted against raising the highway budget by 30 million pounds. I wonder if that gets the Cambridge Evening News front page. Nearly 30 million pounds, highways budget, they voted against. They complain about drain and gully cleaning, but where is their money? Nowhere. Oops, hang on, there it is. It's a little line within their text for their minimal highways budget. The Conservatives are putting just under £3 million to directly respond to this issue, which is important to our residents. They seem to have forgotten that. Green issues. We are green to the core, the Liberal Democrats tell us. Well, last year, Chair, they voted against £16 million of the climate change budget and put what in real terms this year is absolute pennies for their green agenda. Tax to the max. That's what they do. Tax to the max for little delivered. Oh yes, they have delivered, Chair. They've delivered leaflets while the Conservatives have delivered services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind everyone why we're here today and why the issue of council tax is such a pressing one. It's because back in 2010, under a coalition government comprising the Prime Minister of the time, David Cameron, and the Deputy Prime Minister of the time, Nick Clegg, a Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition made a decision in that 2010 budget to abolish the central government revenue support grant over time. And in 2015, I, with the Labor group, put forward a motion asking that this council go and knock on the door of 10 Downing Street to effectively demand to negotiate that the central government revenue support grant be reinstated, because we in the county council put into effect the policies and statutory requirements that are actually composed by central government, and yet they have taken away the money that enables us to do that. And I just want to conclude by saying this, that between the years 2013 to 2016, the central government revenue support grant was reduced by 50 million every year to our council, to our county council of Cambridgeshire. By 2019, it was estimated in 2015 that by 2019, it would have been reduced by 87 million every year. And it was in 2019 that it ended. So I just want to remind everyone that none of us really wants to increase tax, which ultimately that council tax has become a regressive tax because it has not been reviewed for years, and it should be reviewed, but it impacts more on people in the lower socioeconomic levels because of the failure to review it. And as I say, let us never forget that why we are here having to raise, each one of us in our amendments, council tax, is because in 2010, a Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition, David Cameron, the Prime Minister, Nick Clegg, the Deputy Prime Minister, abolished over time the central government revenue support grant, which should be reinstated, and that's what we should be demanding so that we don't have to raise council tax every year as we have had to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chairman. I would like to explain our plans to improve highways across the county. And for this, for the first time, I think ever, I agree with Councillor Hoy when she said today, roads are falling to bits in Fenland. Across the whole of Cambridgeshire, residents are frustrated and angry at the state of local roads, drains and gullies. And much of the flooding over Christmas was exacerbated due to the blocked drains and the lack of maintenance of ditches. The Conservative administration made a decision some years ago to stop the annual cleaning of all gullies and instead set up something they call a targeted planned maintenance programme. But you can see from the answer to my written question later that they seem incapable of saying how many gullies and road drains have been cleared in the last few years in my division. But I suspect the answer is not very many. And the reason I say that is that the Godmanchester Town Council submitted a Freedom of Information request recently, asking when ditches and gullies were last cleaned, and it received the answer, during the month of October 2015, the gullies in Godmanchester were emptied as part of our programme drainage works. And it goes on to say, we would have completed reactive works on various locations in Conchester. But what on earth does would have mean? We might have, but we don't know. I think it's appalling that the government, that the council says, although we keep records of work undertaken, this is not a figure that can easily be prepared, as it would take many hours and may not be complete. Councillor Howell earlier said there'd been 600 to 1,000 gullies cleaned per day across Cambridgeshire. Well, if he knows, why can't I be told? Just getting back to our budget amendment, our experience is that dangerous potholes reappear only weeks after they've been filled. Just look at the state of the roads now following the recent winter floods and ice and rain. And we've seen how blocked gullies have led to the flooding of homes and commercial premises. The Conservative administration has proved utterly incapable of keeping roads, pavements, cycleways and verges in a reasonable state. And we will do far more than the Conservatives have done while they've been in power, or are only now planning with their promises on footpaths and pavements. No, nothing on roads. As the White Queen said in Alice in Wonderland, the rule is jam tomorrow and jam yesterday, but never jam today. We will be different. We promise to invest an additional 5 million a year in 2021 and 22 and 22 and 23 to improve the condition of our roads, pavements and cycleways and ensure local drains are kept clear. This is more than the Conservatives are proposing to do in the first 2 years of the business plan period. Now, we just heard from Councillor Hudson's comparing our investment with their £30 million over the business plan period. I think, Councillor Hudson, you need to look at the revised budget gap by the end of the plan period. And if you take the revised budget gap after financing adjustments, you'll find that the Tories are in deficit by £64 million. Now, you can't start comparing spending a lot of money on capital if you make no attempt whatsoever to illustrate where that's going to be funded from. So, Mr. Chairman, I would propose that we support the Lib Dem investment on additional highway improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Manning.
Just a brief point, Chair, but just to respond to Councillor Nieto's point about us not having these pointless area champion positions, and particularly she mentioned South Cambridgeshire. Of course, the reason we don't need an area champion in South Cambridgeshire is we have a very effective Lib Dem district council.
Is that it, Councillor Manning? Have you finished? Oh, thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. That will be a very effective South Cambs Lib Dem council that sat at the table of the company that wants to build a new town. I'm sure that's the same one, isn't it? Anyway, my point on this one is it was raised that we perhaps not been serious about green jobs. Funny really, but if you look at the council website, and I appreciate you can't see that this week, that is an advert for subcontractors are needed in and around Cambridgeshire. Oh, I wonder what they'd be required for the Swaffham Prior Heat Network project, where they need civil, electrical, mechanical, fencing, landscaping contractors. Please let us know where you are. For the North Angle Solar Farm Park, civil, electrical, mechanical, fencing and landscaping contractors. Funny enough, mainly require the landscapers to help build the bionet diversity aspects of the project around the perimeter that are making walkways and bridleways for, sorry, I'm repeating, somebody else has gone unmuted, that is actually for, I'll carry on. There's actually for building pathways, walkways and bridleways to make our countryside even better than it is at the moment. I thought that was quite unfair when literally this week I'm through our partner organisation of the week. There we are.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. I take it that's the end. Councillor Schumann.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if it's feedbacks on every laptop or it's just having open mics, I'm not sure, but I think we're all grateful for hearing most of Councillor Goldstack's impassioned comments there that are very accurately put about our job creation in the green sector. I just want to focus, Chairman, on the Lib Dem gesture regarding the extra funding for climate action and their unsubstantiated claims that projects are being halted by funding restrictions. Perhaps if the Lib Dems had taken the time to engage with officers that so many have rightfully praised today, they may have been able to give good examples rather than this vacuous virtue signalling that is in their amendment. The school's energy efficiency projects that was referenced earlier is still seeking further submissions, and I would encourage any schools that have not inquired that the project is open to them, so please do so and please inquire. With regards to other projects, it's fair to say that often decarbonisation and energy projects are complex and take time. As such, the team who have been overseeing these projects have yet to be able to spend the entire contribution and allocation that the Conservatives made last year and the Conservative administration committed to. Despite their huge efforts and diligence, these things are just difficult. It's easy to take the sanctimonious moral stances rather than actually focusing on delivery. It must be just sheer frustration that the Conservative administration has yet again led the way on the environment here in Cambridgeshire. And now the Lib Dems are just desperately seeking to fill their leaflets with headlines. Thank you, Chairman.
You're muted, Chairman.
Oh, sorry, apologies for that. God. Councillor Hunt. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mac. I think Will's muted.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Oh, right.
I apologise. I just think it would be very nice if the leader of the Liberal Democrats could not only give us an insight into her life when she was really struggling financially, but also explain to them what it was like living on an MP salary and the county councillor's allowance at the same time. That might give us a fuller picture of what it was really like.
Councillor Hunt,
And
colleagues,
I
Councillor Hunt,
continue-
Councillor Hunt, please stop talking. I'm speaking. Can we avoid this sort of personal sort of attack? I don't think that, if I understood what you were saying properly, it was a bit broken up, but I don't think you should be asking Councillor Nzinga to explain her personal circumstances or anything else, or what she does about Councillor. Can you stick to the point of the amendment, please?
I apologise if I've done anything wrong, Chair.
Sorry, somebody else.
The leader of the Liberal Democrats introduced it. I
Councillor
continue.
Hunt, please.
Okay, I apologise, Chair.
No, Councillor Hunt, I want you to stop speaking, please, because somebody else is interrupting and I can't make out who it is.
Councillor Maguire, it's Anna.
Councillor Bailey.
Can Councillor Maguire please switch off his microphone while the individual is speaking, because we can't hear a single word, and I think Councillor Hunt needs to start all over again.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Bailey. It is a bit difficult when you're chairing the meeting, as you know, to remember to switch them on and off, because sometimes, but fortunately, some people are reminding me I've got them switched off. But I do sometimes have to come in. I will switch it off now. Councillor Hunt, because you've been interrupted, I will allow you to start again, but please could you avoid the sort of personal attack that's been happening? Okay, all right. Can you start again?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. All I'll say then is I would like to hear the full picture of the full spectrum of years from the other side. And I just think I'll be very brief. One of the Liberal Democrats, and I think it was Councillor Ashford, just referred to our money. Now, I think that's a really insightful word. Most of us, and I think the Conservatives, consider the money we have to be the people's money. It belongs to the people. It is not our money. And I think the description of our money sums up the Liberal Democrat attitude totally. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I was having difficulty unmuting myself. Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I've got Councillor Hoy next. Councillor Hoy.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to talk about the part in the Liberal Democrat amendment on re-wetting the fens and the suggestion of the peatlands and bringing the bogs back. I know obviously that wasn't the precise wording, but even the mere suggestion of that, obviously, as you can imagine, rings alarm bells. People here are very proud of their homes and they want to carry on living here, and we don't want them to be underwater again, purely to have these massive peat bogs. So yeah, I think that's very concerning to me, and I can't support their amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Sorry, my phone's right. I have, apart from Councillor Dupre, I was going to invite you in anyway, Councillor Dupre. You didn't need to put your hand up, but what you have. So your opportunity now, since you reserved your right to speak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. These are unprecedented times and they call for a budget that reflects the people's priorities right now. Individuals, families, communities and businesses have been hammered by COVID, and the effects will be felt for the long term. Climate change is no respecter of viruses and continues to rush at us with increasing urgency. And the events of the festive season have shown up yet again the poor condition of our basic infrastructure. These are Liberal Democrat priorities, which is why our budget amendment proposes a £7.8 million programme over 5 years to help local people rebuild and strengthen their local communities after the pandemic. £200,000 this coming year, doubling from the following year, for support for small businesses and new green apprenticeships. £3.6 million extra into green energy over 5 years, and £1.8 million over 5 years for biodiversity and our natural environment, and £11.3 million more over 5 years to improve maintenance of roads, pavements, cycleways, and crucially, after the recent floods, gullies and ditches. We propose to do all that while proposing a council tax rise that is lower than the ones in Tory Norfolk, Tory Suffolk, Tory Hertfordshire and Tory Peterborough. Like the Conservatives, we have felt it necessary to propose the maximum council tax rise allowed by government for general council services. And I will say that again because there has been a lot of bluster about that, but the facts are that the maximum allowed to increase council tax for general council tax services is 1.99%, which is a feature both of the Conservative amendment and of the Liberal Democrat amendment. Let us make that clear. On top of that maximum rise for general services, which the Tories are going to allow, as we would, the government has allowed councils to increase their adult social care precept by 3% over 2 years. And the only difference between our taxation proposals and those of the Conservative administration is that we have proposed to use 1.5% of that this year and 1.5% next year, while the Conservatives are charging 1% this year and double that next year after the election. Unlike the Conservatives, our budget also proposes efficiencies in the operation of the council to release over £100,000 a year for frontline services, and leaves a smaller budget gap for the years to come than the Conservative proposals, meaning less financial strain on the council for the next 5 years. Councillor Nethsinger introduced this amendment clearly and articulately. Councillor van der Ven spoke strongly on cycling and the junior travel ambassadors. Councillor MacDonald recognised the importance of business and apprenticeships. Councillor Wilson raised his question about gully clearance, which was inadequately answered in the public questions, and the shocking state of maintenance of gullies in St Neots and Huntingdonshire generally, and Godmanchester is surely an issue that we all need to face up with and will be replicated across many of our areas. Councillor Meschini seems unfortunately to have fundamentally misunderstood the nature of our amendment, but 5 minutes isn't long enough to put that right, I'm afraid. And as for Councillor Nieto's comments on community champions, we don't believe in a few members of this council being picked out as champions for their communities and being given £5,000 a year to do so. We are all community champions, or we should be. And if any of us as councillors is not a community champion, they aren't doing the job right. I won't refer in too much detail to Councillor Hudson's comments about money for highways. We have over the years proposed more on highways than the Conservative administration, and indeed the first 2 years of our budget put more money into the highways budget. I'd like to ask Councillor Goldsack, no, I won't ask Councillor Goldsack, I'll just point out the donation of £401,000 from THACM to the Conservative Party and the advanced discussions between THACM and a government agency, contrary to the suggestion that the government is totally hands-off in all of this. And as for Councillor Hoy, I appreciate, and I live on very much on the Fen Edge where I am, that tackling peatland and carbon released in peat is complex, but it is also desperately important. The carbon emissions of our peatland almost equal the carbon emissions of Cambridgeshire in all other respects, and it is an issue that we do need to tackle sensitively and in partnership with county council farm tenants, with landowners, with the public agencies and everybody else involved. The Liberal Democrat budget proposal before you is timely, it's prudent, it's fair. It responds to the unique challenges of the times we are in, and I commend it to members.
Chairman, you're on mute.
Thank you. This is where I get this problem again of remembering to unmute all the time. Councillor Count, you wish to exercise your right to reply.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and plenty to go on here, I think. Plenty to go on here, I think. Something contained in the actual wording of the amendment, but wasn't brought out in the actual debate, is the focus on Brexit, and that's actually in the preamble. And I wonder why, even after all the absurdity and inefficiency and complete debacle of the EU vaccination programme, they still want to nail their colours to that mast. And why am I referencing this so much in this debate? Well, it's about their commitments to a position. So we know that Liberal Democrats are committed to dragging us back into Europe, no matter what that means for the people being vaccinated. We also know that they stand for things like proportional representation, which suits them and nobody else. But it seems that just like student education fees, everything else is so much transient by nature. And that goes for every single one of their proposals today. So to start with their U-turn on climate action. Last year, Conservatives proposed £16 million, completely outweighing their proposals. Liberal Democrats debated against it, voted against it. And this year are trying to tell us that their small proposal is going to make a difference to the world we live in. And yet we already know from the debate that they failed to engage with the appropriate offers on this, simply finance colleagues who could do their adding up for them on numbers that were simply plucked from the air and didn't actually check the capacity of the teams or the actual projects that were in hand that were moving through. And the other areas of concern, they talk about duplication with the mayor and the combined authority. And yet they focus a lot of attention on putting money into green apprenticeships when there in fact exists an apprenticeship levy pool operated through the combined authority. And they all talk about coordinating work between businesses and FE colleges, which is exactly what the combined authority does. So when we talk about these things, there's a lot of duplication. I'm very concerned as well, like Councillor Hoy, on their climate action to propose re-wetting of the fens. And I wouldn't like to see any Liberal Democrats knocking on doors in my neighbourhood and asking for support on that. Highways, another area we find the complete and absolute U-turn. If you listen to the facts and ignore what the rhetoric we got today, We proposed £4 million a year on the footpaths. We put money in the B1050. We put some money in the verge and the flood attenuation. That 29 odd million. They come in with a small thing and claim the high ground on highways, and it's a U-turn because the last 2 years we've put in £24.7 million on highways that they voted against. Another U-turn. Communities. Here they are proposing money for communities. And, the total complete inadequacy of their proposal was no better undermined by Councillor Machini. And instead of answering it, we get this vague, oh, there's so much to go on here, I'll do it outside the meeting later on. But the truth is, Councillor Machini, not even from my group, nailed this on the head. Totally inadequate. But what we did manage from our side was to point out the complete U-turn. Ever since the Conservatives created the Communities and Partnership Committee, the Liberal Democrats have opposed it. They've asked for it to be disbanded. They've opposed the community champions. And as we heard today, the only Liberal Democrat controlled area of Cambridgeshire is the only area that doesn't have a community champion. And last but not by no means not least, taxation, right? The Section 151 officer role has allowed these proposals. That does not mean that they do not breach current regulations in 345, where they are 3% instead of 2%. Because if you are not allowed those regulations in those years, you would have to increase your savings or abandon these plans. And I think we are owed a correction from Councillor Dupre, who said after the first 2 years, those are the only two differences between the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats. Whereas in fact, years 3, 4 and 5, there's an extra % in each of those. So to put that into context, if the previous Liberal Democrat proposals for tax increases had come to light over the term of this Conservative administration, and if these proposals went ahead, that would end up being £111 more a year for a Band D household. So this is not where you use the word only or tiny as they do, not just a cup of coffee. These proposals would total £111 more a year by the end of the 5-year term.
Councillor Maguire, can I interrupt with a point of personal explanation, please?
Sorry, I was just about to ask Councillor Count to conclude. What was your point, Councillor
My
Singer?
point is that Councillor Count is making applications. You're echoing. You turn your mic off. Thank you. Councillor Count is making implications about what our council tax would have been based on things that did not in fact happen. That is not in fact accurate, because if those previous
Councillor Nsinga, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's neither a point of personal explanation or a point of order. So, Councillor Count, thank you for you've now concluded.
The final sentence, Chair. I was in the middle of a sentence, so can I have that? And I'll just use it to thank Councillor Netzinger for pointing out that we managed to stop them on those occasions from introducing excessive tax rises. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Dear all, sorry if my microphone seems to be causing crosses. It's very difficult when you're chairing a meeting to keep switching back and forward on and off, but I'll try to keep it muted as much as possible and remember to switch it on. We were going to now move to the vote. Mrs. Rowe, could you please conduct the vote electronically, please?
Thank you, Chair. If I ask the host to post the vote up on the screen for everybody. Members in favour of the amendment, please click the buttons marked for and submit. Members against the amendment, please click the buttons marked against and submit. Members wishing to abstain, please click the buttons marked abstain and submit. I shall now check with the host that we have 59 votes.
Currently 57.
Okay.
58.
Councillor Bates, are you trying to come in?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Apologies, I seem to have the same problem again in the voting, that it will not let me submit my vote is against. I can't submit that, unfortunately. I don't know why.
Chair, we will log that. Are you now happy for us to close the vote and the host to announce the result?
I am.
Thank you, Chair. So that's 18 votes in favour, 40 against, sorry, including Councillor Bates, and 1 abstention. Therefore, the amendment is lost.
Thank you. Colleagues, we've been going for well over 3 hours now. We have 20 minutes just on this meeting. I would like to have taken the Labour amendment next. However, I think it's appropriate that we now take a break. I'm not going to just, I think it, as it is now 10 to 2, and we've had staff as well involved with this meeting. I propose to take a proper break now and suggest, and hopefully you will agree, that we come back at 2:15. And then, because as I say, the main debate, we need to take that as well as the Labour amendment. So please, would you please return at 2:15? Thank you.
Michelle? Hi, it's Councillor Richards.
We are live still.
Oh, sorry. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll send you an email. Yeah.
Colleagues, I'll make it 11:15. Sorry, 2:15. Gosh, I wish it was 11:15. 2:15. So I'd like to recommence the meeting. So hopefully everybody that should be with us is with us, and that we're streaming again. We now move to the Labour amendment. So could I please ask Councillor Machini to move the amendment and to speak to the Labour proposals, please? Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chairman. I will do just that. If I can bring up the page. We've just gone to sleep over lunch. I do apologise. There we go. Like the Labour Party nationally, the Labour group on this council were astonished when the government forced a 5% council tax increase as the only way for council to access sustainable funding for services that will carry them forward to 2022 and beyond. With record numbers on furlough and record numbers in full-time employment, having to access universal credit and use food banks to feed themselves and their families, asking families to cough up an extra £68 a year in tax cuts into the money they are able to spend on their weekly shops and on meals for their children. On the other hand, we also recognise that having operated in a challenging financial environment for some years now, this local authority cannot afford to forego a modest rise in council tax if it is to continue to fund frontline services while not having access to any sustainable long-term funding from central government. We are aware that our residents appreciate the key role council tax plays in funding our services in these challenging times. As a result, we are proposing to top up the standard 2% in adult social care precept, which is already in the budget, with a 1% rise in general council tax. We are proposing to match every penny thus raised, with some to spare, with funding from our own reserves, totaling 6.5 million investment into the frontline services the most vulnerable of our residents so desperately need. We are proposing to invest most of the money thus raised in a COVID recovery fund that will ensure we can provide free school meals for our children during the school holidays without depending on last-minute government U-turns, and in assisting those who are struggling with affording essential supplies, food, household energy and water bills, white goods, and boiler servicing and repairs as lockdown continues. We recognise the excellent work that has been done by Adrian Chapman and Jonathan Lewis, who I thank for all their work in Communities and Partnership and the Children's Committee, in administering the winter support grant when it came to the council last December. We propose broadly similar terms of use for this fund, learning from the statistics we have gathered over the last 3 months, so that we can supply food and essentials in the appropriate proportions. We are also proposing investment into adult social care to support the underfunded the underfunded place-based commissioning and delivery initiatives. We must provide for future needs for equipment, procurement and property, and for the possibility that local commissioning and delivery could well increase service demand. We are proposing to put money into bikeability to support active travel and contingency funding for return to school support for our most vulnerable children. We are also proposing to top up to real living wage level the pay of those lowest paid staff who, despite our recent calls on the issue, still earn below the real living wage of £9.50 per hour. We urge you, please, to invest in our people now when they need us the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machini. Councillor Kavanagh, I understand that you're seconding the amendment. Can you
Yeah,
just...
that's correct. And I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Council, we're now in the position to debate the Labour amendment. So have a show of hands. We have Councillor Whitehead first. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to talk briefly to the contingency fund for helping with the return to school. I think it's now been generally recognised that there are going to be difficulties from some pupils when they return to school. One of the main issues, and that is true of Cambridgeshire and other rural areas, has been that for some pupils, learning at home has been difficult because of not just lack of equipment, although there have been supplies of laptops from government money, but also, of course, the unreliability or indeed non-existent of broadband delivery to some parts of Cambridgeshire. And I think everybody recognises that therefore there are going to be some gaps, there are going to be some help that is going to be needed when pupils come back to school. This has been recognised by a government grant. They have committed money to looking at this. And it sounds a very large amount of money, except when you spread it across all schools and pupils, it probably isn't going to be a great deal for any one school. So we felt it was prudent to put aside £1 million, as we've got there, for help when pupils come back to school. And I think this is particularly critical for primary school, because the very building blocks of education take place in primary school. Cognitive development, language skills, literacy development and numeracy are all key aspects of education in primary schools. And these are, as I said, the building blocks of education going forward. So we do need to make sure that all children in primary school and possibly in the first 2 years of secondary school, if they need help in those areas, that there is help available. Because really the development of those kinds of skills does need interaction with adults and perhaps interaction with other children. So this is sometimes quite difficult to achieve with e-learning. So we felt that this money may not be needed, there may be sufficient from government funds, but that really is strong indications that some will be needed. And this is not to give children education, health and care plans. That's quite a different budget. It is children who would not normally perhaps need assistance, but may with coming back to school, in particularly in those areas that I've outlined, because they are the critical areas in which we have to ensure that all children reach a very high level of development before they can move successfully through secondary school. So that's there as a contingency fund, which we may not need, but we felt that we did need to put something in the budget to address this potentially very large problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. In general, I think Labour needs to make no apology for focusing in an unrelenting way on protecting and supporting residents. Infrastructure is important, but at the moment, the key focus has got to be making good as much of the damage as possible done by COVID, to frontline workers, to often low-paid casual BAME employees, to children and families, where women struggle with the bulk of childcare and keeping their own jobs going, see the government's select committee findings just now, and to older, frail and robust people. In the first wave in Cambridge City, 40% of the deaths were in care homes. hence the size of the COVID recovery scheme, resources for communities and contingency to help with schools and active travel. Hence the 1% council tax increase above what's already in the council's budget, because all of that's being ploughed back, as Councillor Machini said, into services to support recovery. What I want to focus on is the issue of adult social care and a specific aspect of it. It seems to me that adult social care is moving in the right direction. Having overspent for many years, they are increasing the budget, which is absolutely right. And the focus is shifting more toward prevention and joining up, I think, with public health, which is a very important step forward. There has been a bid into the Transformation Fund for the asset-based approach to commissioning and delivery. And I think this is a good way forward, but I do have real concerns about it. And I'm talking to the council in order to raise issues about an initiative which I think needs to work, but could perilously be in danger of not working if you don't get the funding right. And remember, Adults Positive Challenge, you haven't delivered all those savings that you proposed. So the funding at the moment from the Transformation Fund is 268K over 3 years. But this doesn't take into account a whole lot of things that will be needed. It makes assumptions that you can make savings on residential care places and plough that money into the asset-based approach. Now, for those who don't understand what the asset-based approach is, and I obviously don't include Councillor Bailey and her committee in relation to that because they clearly understand it very well. It is about working co-design and co-production approach with local communities. It's trying to build on the Think communities. It's trying to build on some of the COVID support work. But it is dependent on quite labour intensive and careful work with local communities and cooperation from primary care, which is often and has been in the past difficult to get. Both these sectors, communities and primary care, have played a major role in coping with COVID. And I think there's too ready an assumption in the bid that there will be capacity to work on this initiative. I actually think it will be more expensive and it will take longer. And the fact that it will take longer will add to costs. The third issue, which worries me, I think, most of all, is an assumption that demand management and domiciliary care packages will enable people on the edge of care who might have needed residential care to stay at home, bringing savings for the county. But actually place-based services we've seen in other areas can well stimulate demand, the type of hidden or latent demand that's been identified by the county itself during the COVID outbreak. So the proposal in the budget here, in this budget line, is nearly £1 million extra, 900,000 extra, doubling the investment in this initiative to give it a good chance of working. And I really think that's what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I have Councillor Richards next. Councillor.
Yes, thank you. So as Councillor Scott was saying earlier, local governments are facing huge funding gaps. Since the defunding of councils falling central government grants, part of the three-part equation inherent within that system and how it was set up has been taken away. So, it's not surprising that local governments are facing huge funding gaps and that pressure is being placed on council tax. Council tax, in my view, is a regressive tax. It puts the burden on lower income households and less well-off areas of people have discussed today. When you're talking about raising council tax, which is the cost of a child's winter coat and a pair of children's winter shoes, then that becomes key. So I'd also want to ask the question, how is this levelling up? And I support the Labour budget because it works to get services where it's needed now, desperately needed services to people. Because after all, they must be experiencing pay more and get less. And this is, to me, how to some extent the Conservative budget will be seen by residents, pay more and get less in terms of services. So yes, put money into return to school. I think this is key, because it seems to me that children on return to school, and in fact teachers who are exhausted and giving their all, need the support of a range of professionals, educational psychologists, mental health professionals, teachers' assistants. We already know that we underperform with children who are on free school meals. We know that already. We're doing that in normal circumstances. So under the pandemic, this is going to be increased. There was an article in The Lancet on the impact on children's mental health during COVID. And so more of a quarter of children 5 to 16 years and young people reported disrupted sleep, and 1 in 10 often felt lonely. Also, it seems to me, within the government's own data, it says that 25%, that's a quarter of parents, say they can't provide food for their children during term time, and 27% during the school holiday. You see, if I was one of those parents, which I'm lucky enough not to be, I'm not sure how much confidence I would have in services, actually. So it seems to me that's a basic. Feeding your kids is a basic. And I think putting money into the support fund, putting money into the return to school in hope will help something towards that. Although, of course, you know, we need bigger changes. Also, proposing funding for adult social care and the COVID fund, I think this is really important, because actually investing in care would create more work, jobs, say, in comparison with in construction. Indeed, actually, it can be economically more effective than in comparison with in construction. I got this information from the Women's Budget Group. 50% more can be recouped by the Treasury in direct and indirect tax revenue from investment in care than in construction. And on the real living wage, Councillor Scott, I want to commend her for bringing that motion. And, you know, I was bitterly disappointed when it didn't go through. And I mean, it seems to me key that that right is enshrined within the county council, and also that pressure is put, or not pressure, encouragement is given for all county council, with all county council contracts for the real living wage to be acknowledged. I also want to pay tribute, as others have today, to all our amazing officers and county staff, all those working in the community to combat this cruel pandemic, volunteers, those working in social care, the NHS. I think we can be really proud of our NHS, which Labour set up. And the extraordinary vaccination rollout, the NHS, the armed forces, our brilliant scientists and our local volunteers, it's them, I believe, we have to thank for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Richards. Councillor Singer.
Thank you. The Labour amendment does recognise that the pandemic has had a massive impact on our local communities, and that support is needed to help those who have been worst hit by the uneven impact across society. Yet the support in this amendment is only in place for 1 year and will not help communities or businesses regrow or grow their resilience for the longer term. We believe that recovery from the pandemic will take a long-term investment to rebuild a greener and stronger economy. This amendment doesn't provide that long-term investment, and in fact, it allows the council less room for financial responsibility in the future than the Conservative amendment. The Conservatives have made a great deal of the level of council tax in their amendment, but as Lorna so clearly pointed out, by using the 1.99% council tax and 1% adult social care precept, they have left themselves room for a larger rise next year after the election, which has been a pattern we've seen quite consistently from them recently. This Labour amendment doesn't allow for that option next year. By reducing council tax rise to 1% and taking an adult social care precept of 2%, they are reducing the options for future councils. For both of these reasons, while there are good things in this amendment, we're not able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singer. Councillor Manning.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to briefly focus on one part of the Labour budget, which is to do with their commitment on, or as I would say it, lack of commitment to active travel. They've put an amount of money into Bikeability, which is an extremely good programme. But what Bikeability does is teaches you to cycle on streets. And if those streets aren't safe and are high traffic, then the bikeability investment becomes of less importance. And I go back to something that Councillor Machini actually brought up in the, I believe it was the Conservative amendment, where she wanted to know the ruling group why the tranche 2 schemes in the active travel hadn't been fully realised. Well, I think I need to throw the charge back at the Labour group here, because it's all very well spending your money on bikeability schemes, but if you then both propose and oppose active travel interventions, which require a lot more bravery as they require political will, if you oppose those, then the money you're investing in encouraging children to cycle will be entirely wasted. So for that reason, I'm able to support this amendment and the reasons that Councillor Nsinga has already given.
Thank you, Councillor Manning. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Since the pandemic began, over 800 employers have actually joined the real living wage, and that brings the number to more than 7,000 all over the country. And sadly, the County Council of Cambridgeshire is not in the 800, and of course it's not in the 7,000. Now in 2019, when the Labour group put forward the real living wage motion to endeavour to ensure that the County Council of Cambridgeshire would actually pay all its employees in accordance with the real living wage, that was rejected by the Conservative group on the basis that the National Joint Council pay rates were identical at that time with the real living wage rate. Now that, of course, is no longer the case. And even if it were, as it happened coincidentally at that time, it did not make the County Council of Cambridgeshire a real living wage employer. And that really is to our abject shame. When one thinks that amongst those 800 who have joined up since the COVID-19 pandemic began, it includes the All England Lawn Tennis Club, that is the Championships Wimbledon, Capital One, Network Rail and Tate and Lyle, and we aren't even amongst them. And why it's really important, apart from anything else, is that the pandemic has impacted on people tremendously. And I would doubt that there's any of the employees in the County Council who would benefit from this. I doubt that none of them have a partner. And some of them, therefore, may well have a partner who's lost her or his job. And that really makes a huge impact on families that are reliant on two salaries or wages. What happened was that the County Council actually got rid of a lot of the workers who are at that lower wage level. In that way, there's so few of them now to bring up to the level of the real living wage. But it's sad that the County Council can't do that. The national wage rate, which is the statutory wage rate, is not the real living wage rate. And I would simply wish that the Conservative group would actually implement the real living wage. And I end on this note. We actually haven't heard anything about what's happening to Shire Hall. We did hear from Councillor Count that we're all moving out to Alconbury, but those workers who have been dependent on a job in Cambridge need to be looked after properly. It's clear that there hasn't been proper research done from the movement of the Register Office. That makes it clear that there wasn't proper research done in terms of where the workers would all go. But the real living wage would make a difference. And I just wonder what is happening with Shire Hall. Please don't leave it so that in the end, the County Council gives it away to Brookgate, because otherwise it will be standing there as a white elephant with no workers in it, whether they were to be paid the real living wage or not. I commend the Labor budget for its inclusion of the real living wage, and only, as I said, wish that I could commend the County Council of Cambridgeshire for actually adopting the real living wage and becoming a real living wage employer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to address the proposal for the £300,000 investment in adult social care. And I really applaud Councillor Jones for putting this forward, because she's only recently joined the Adults Committee, but she's got absolutely stuck in there. And I think, you know, supports this direction of travel that we're going down, as has the whole Adults Committee while we've been on this journey. Councillor Jones, I'm afraid, though, it is factually incorrect to state that adult social care has been overspent for years on end. If you look back in past budgets, that's not actually the case. I know people like to say it, but it's not actually true. And in terms of the adult positive challenge savings target, yes, I mean, that was absolutely on track, apart from one element of it prior to COVID hitting. COVID hit, and clearly resources went immediately into all sorts of other different areas. But I am really pleased that she so applauds the place-based initiative, which does, of course, build on the successful work of Neighbourhood Cares, which is very, very close to my heart. It's been my baby, and I believe it has received wholehearted cross-party support throughout its journey. In the introduction, they talked about support, the money being spent on an underfunded place-based and delivery initiatives, and they related to spend on property, equipment and procurement. In terms of property, I would ask, if we're going to be putting money into property with this £300,000, how that would be funded beyond 2024 when the 300k is reversed out. And if it's for capital improvements to properties or acquisitions, you know, we shouldn't be using precious revenue resources. We should be using capital funds for that purpose. And the proposal with our place-based services is absolutely to utilise the public service estate that already exists throughout the county, which is a good network of buildings. And that worked incredibly well in Neighbourhood Cares, and it's also been considered as part of the overhaul of the county council estate in the move out of Shire Hall. They talked about equipment, not sure what equipment purchases they're proposing, but again, I would suggest if it's purchase of equipment, it would be better funded from capital funds, not precious revenue budgets. And then they talked about procurement. They didn't cite what they want to procure exactly, but again, my question is, what will happen when it's reversed out in 2024? If we had money to put into this, what is absolutely needed is people to support people. And this, of course, would be required on an ongoing basis. It needs to not stop in 2024. And that's why the proposal that we've got in our papers today, and I hope we're going to be agreeing when we finally sign off this budget, is to join up with all the resources that already exist in our communities, more people, all working towards the same shared goals. Place-based services have many multiple aspects. We've got the Happy at Home rollout, which Councillor Jones alluded to. There's two major aspects to that. But most importantly of all, we have been and we continue to work with the NHS through the STP board, where we are moving together towards an integrated care system in April. And that's not only going to join up NHS services, but it will also, I hope if it goes well, join NHS services with social care. And that is the single most critically important part of what we need to do to provide all of our services collectively from within our communities, more locally based. And with ever increasing demands on adult social care, both demography related and COVID related, this closer working has never been more critically important. Don't get me wrong, I would love more money to pursue as pure a model as possible of Neighbourhood Cares in its purest sense, but we would need around £6 to £7 million for a number of years to do it really in its purest sense. Savings would result across the system as a whole, and we have lodged our case with central government on this subject, you know, and I hope that they will seriously consider it as a future model of social care properly integrated with the NHS. So applaud the sentiment behind it. I'm not sure about the detail, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Kavanagh, you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to come in now?
Yeah, thanks. the Labour proposals are there's a symmetry about them, because we're aiming at addressing the need for the short-term investments for COVID recovery, and also linked to that is we've also been looking at investing in long-term projects, as Councillor Jones outlined, and I'm actually very heartened by Councillor Bailey's comments and recognition of what Councillor Jones has identified. And yes, if we did have abundant funds, we would all be doing a lot more and proposing a lot more. And talking about the funds, one of the things that we've united to a certain extent is the appreciation of just how we don't want to burden our communities with higher council tax demands. And to do that, Labour has proposed taking funds out of the Transformation Fund, which, as I said earlier on, is a very sensible thing, because that fund is actually has a, to use a phrase, an embarrassment of riches there. And it's really good for us to be making the proposal to take some of those funds out and put them to good use, because those funds, as has been mentioned, the monies have come from our communities. And I think everyone would applaud Labour's recommendation that the funds are used to do the things that were put forward as suggestions by my colleagues, to invest in education and adult social care now and in the future. And I'm also very pleased that Councillor Manning did highlight the bikeability scheme, which we've put in there, because it's not a great amount of money we want to add to the existing sums that are put aside for bikeability, but many will remember that year on year, because of the, how should I say, the success of the bikeability, there isn't always funds there to meet the demands. And by good chance, other authorities around the country don't actually use their funds, and DfT have allocated extra funds to the county council. So what we're proposing is that there is extra money for the bikeability scheme, which is aimed at mainly primary school children, and following the emphasis on active travel and the way that more and more people have taken to cycling and walking during the pandemic, I believe the demand is going to grow for bikeability schemes and also for more segregated cycleways. There are plans, as we know, in the pipeline to increase the cycleways around the county. And I think there's going to be more pressure put on the bikeability scheme for extra funds. So even though the Labour amendment might not get voted through here, I would like those with a sympathetic ear to actually think about putting in money into the budget for the bikeability in particular. We've got to have our children who are learning to cycle safely and confidently, because I think, as Councillor Manning said, yes, it's all very well having people being trained to ride a bike and learn the highway code and so on, but also they actually need to I think, be cycling defensively, because many of you probably noticed on our open roads, which are now...
Yeah, can I make a point of personal information? It's very brief.
If you must, I don't know, what's the chair say?
You're on mute, Chair.
Oh, here we go again. Sorry, this mute is business. Councillor Manning, sorry, you interrupted. What are you coming in on?
Can I make a very brief point of personal explanation?
Please go ahead.
Councillor Kavanagh seemed to suggest that I was saying that people should be having to taught to cycle defensively. I was not saying that. I was specifically saying that the infrastructure should be put in place, i.e. the active travel schemes, to stop people having to cycle defensively.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh, please continue.
Yeah, sorry. Where was I? Yes, Councillor Manning. I think you did might have indicated that Labour wasn't supporting the implementation of infrastructure and so on. Well, in fact, you know that is not true, because I'm heavily involved with the GCP and so on, and has been cycle champion for a number of years. I have promoted the development of new cycleways, not just in the city of Cambridge, but across the county. And I predict that the demand for more cycling routes across the county is going to increase. And to complement that, the children in the market towns around the county need to have access to this splendid national scheme. So,
thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Can you close now, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Count, you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I mean, I've listened to this debate, this Labour amendment, and I must admit, I can admire the Labour amendment for its approach and its clarity. I don't agree with it, but at least I can understand where it came from and their political motivations. I mean, interestingly, the debate started with the claim that government forced councils to have to increase tax by 5% as the only way to balance the budget. Whereas what we've seen today is all three major political parties balancing this budget, which is a testament to the work of the Conservative administration and its officers, without resorting to a 5% increase. In fact, in a quite a big change of heart from the Labour Party, I quite admire the fact that they've come in much lower than the Liberal Democrat Party, who's the highest tax raiser of all, with 4.5% extra over the MTMFs. But where they've gone for their money instead is the Transformation Fund. And there is nothing wrong with using council taxpayers' money, because that's what it is, council taxpayers' money, to alleviate the burden of taxation on them when it makes sense and as a long-term plan. And unfortunately, this is too large a raid. It doesn't have a long-term plan. And for me, it doesn't quite make sense. And we heard some of the points in the debate. You see, it is too easy. It's too easy to just say, take the money out of there. Because once you've spent it, it's gone. You can never go back to it another day. So instead of saying, take the money from there, you have to examine, as we explained earlier on, you have to examine every option open to you. In terms of their COVID recovery fund, nothing wrong with their ambitions for the COVID recovery fund, but this is an area that has been largely supported by the government. Business grants, tax relief, access to business loans, the funded school meals that they focused on, the winter support. This has largely been supported by government with very, very large sums of money. We as a county council have received about £70 million worth of coronavirus funding this year. But what they've suggested is $4,393,000 to go towards this COVID-19 recovery fund because they don't wish to wait to see what government will do. And I suggest that that is too easy. On the contingency for returning to school, we know we are still in the grips of a pandemic. We're still in lockdown. The children haven't returned to school yet. And plans are akimbo, trying to work out how on earth we recover the lost ground for all those children in their education. But they propose £1 million because they can't wait to see what the government proposals are. On the Innovate and Cultivate Fund, that's a sensible proposal to some. However, there was a successful £300,000 bid, which has been fed into the entire budget plan in the paperwork today. And this one-off funding seems to miss the point that the committee decided that that was the correct amount for what they had in the pipeline, what they wish to aspire to, when you don't have unlimited funds to deal with matters, as we heard today. Bikeability, we've heard in the past of sponsorship deals. So is it just too easy to dip into a fund and not look elsewhere? And it's for those reasons that I must say that I admire their thinking, I understand their thinking, and it's somewhat less politically motivated at headline grabbing that we've seen from another party today, and is actually driven by a core difference in their attitude to life than mine is. But I can't agree with it, and therefore I must ask councillors not to support this and let us return to the now main amended motion. Thank you.
Councillor Count. Colleagues, we're now going to move to the vote. Mrs. Rowe, could you please conduct the vote?
Thank you, Chairman. We'll just post the poll up for you. Members in favour of the amendment, please click the buttons marked for and submit. Members against the amendment, please click the buttons marked against and submit. Members wishing to abstain, please click the buttons marked abstain and submit. We need to get up to 59. Can I check with the host whether we have 59 votes?
56 so far.
Sorry, how many?
56.
Colleagues?
Apologies, Chairman, if it's me again, but I seem to have trouble with submitting. I voted against, and hopefully IT can sort me out tomorrow.
Is that?
So we're still 2 missing, I think. Oh no, 1 missing.
Is there anybody who hasn't voted? Anybody else having problems? No?
Chairman,
In that case,
do you wish me to close the vote now?
Yes, please, Mrs. Rowe.
Dan, if you can close the vote and announce the result, please.
Thank you. That's 8 votes in favour, 46 against and 4 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is lost.
Thank you. Council, we now move.
Chairman.
Sorry, who's speaking? Sorry.
Point of order. I just want to check. Did we achieve the full number there? This is a point of order I wish to raise. Did we achieve the full number there?
It's not a point of order, but I'll take it. I think what we said was, if I recall from what Mrs. Rose said, out of 59 members, 58 voted, including Councillor Bates.
That's correct.
And therefore, if someone chose not to vote, that's up to them.
No, so my point of order is this, Chairman. Earlier on, you said how important it was that we do see what people have voted for against this. And this is what the public sign up for when they elect their representatives of this council. If somebody is not voting today, then seeing as this is a recorded vote by nature, that I ask that Democratic Services ask that person after the meeting, and it's announced who they were and what they voted for. And if they try and evade it by saying they refuse to vote, that should be announced to the council.
Councillor Count, I'm not sure, but I'm not a lawyer, that is actually a point of order. But taking up your point, I don't think we are able to determine with this system who did not actually vote. So therefore,
Chairman, sorry to interrupt. As regards the budget item, it's a requirement for us to record all the votes and publish them in the minutes. It will, whilst we will not highlight in the minutes who has not voted, the person who has not voted won't be recorded. So you'll be able to work it out that they didn't vote.
And otherwise, Councillor Count's point is taken. Now, whether it was accidental or whatever reason somebody didn't vote, I don't know if they know themselves who it was. But
if it's helpful, Chairman, after the meeting, we'll make sure that it wasn't a technical failure.
Change. Mine was breaking up there, probably my side, Mrs. Rowe, but I'm sure whatever you said was sensible.
Apologies, Chairman. I just said that we'll make sure it wasn't a technical failure after the meeting.
Okay, and we need to obviously sort out Councillor Bates's problem. It may be his system, it may be the total system. Okay.
Chairman.
Yeah, point 10, where Councillor Count.
Chairman. It's Councillor Bradnam.
Who's now speaking? Hello,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Bradnam.
I trust my vote was recorded. but I just wanted to say I must now leave the meeting because I have another meeting to attend. So thank you very much. I shall have to leave now.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you.
Right, remembering to unmute myself. Okay, we now move to the substantive motion, which of course are the recommendations as set out in the report at agenda items number 7, together with the amendment proposed by the Conservative Party. That now becomes the substantive motion and therefore our business plan. As has been recent practice, I'm going to invite the chairs of policy and service committees, if they so wish, to speak first. To help me, if they choose to do this, and I'm going to read their names out in a minute for the benefit of the public and anybody else listening on this meeting, I'm going to read their names out. If they do wish to speak first, I would ask them to put their hands up when I finish speaking, so that they come out in the correct order. So I would ask other members who are not themselves chairs of the Policy and Service Committee to hold back until it's obvious whether or not those I've invited to speak first have spoken. It doesn't stop you obviously coming in later, but you can't speak twice. So it's Councillor Bailey, Councillor Bywater, Councillor Goldsack, Councillor Criswell, Councillor Schumann, Councillor Hudson, Councillor Bates. Would you now show if you wish to speak first on the debate on the main motion? None of them are showing. So colleagues, we're about to now going to open the debate on what is now the main motion. So if you wish to speak, would you now please show your indicator?
Chairman, can I make a point of order? Could you remind members that they're supposed to be on video? There are some members that appear to have switched off their video, may have left the room.
Councillor Wilson, we do seem to be, people do seem to be stretching this counter point of order. That isn't a point of order, but it might be a helpful comment. But I do know that there are we do invite members to keep their video on. I do know, for instance, that one of our members has asked for a bit of dispensation because they have, for physical reasons, have to get up and move around. So they may not actually have their video on. Similarly, when it comes to bandwidth problems, sometimes the videos are on, but we're not necessarily seeing them. So, but I should imagine most people have got their videos on, but nevertheless, your point is important. Can you switch your videos on, but your mic's off, please?
Chairman, my video is off because, as noted earlier, there were problems every time I turn the video on. Everyone starts breaking up. It's a bandwidth problem, and if I have the video on, I can't hear what anyone's saying.
That is understood. So whilst we would want people to put videos on, as I said, it's not always practical. So please bear with us. Right, I'm now going to move to the debate. I have Councillor Simon King. Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Councillor Count. I enthusiastically supported the community capital scheme, and the residents of my division and the residents of many other divisions benefit from it. Unfortunately, the opposition opposed the scheme and voted against it. Would Councillor Count consider further rounds of the Community Capital Fund in future years? Thank you.
Councillor King, just to straighten things, this isn't a question and answer session. We're debating the main motion, which is, as I said already, so it's not a question and answer session. Councillor Count will have the opportunity to come in later on if he wishes to pick up any points made during the debate.
That's what I hoped would happen, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for not phrasing it properly.
Sorry, I've just unmuted. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to say some words on behalf of the Adults Committee as Chair of Adults, because I do think it's right to reflect on what has clearly been a period like no other in the Council's collective memory across all services, but especially so for adult social care. In doing so, I want to recognise and thank central government for the way that ministers, particularly those in MHCLG, they've regularly and carefully listened to our case that we've been making, and they've positively and swiftly responded, very fleet of foot, and I thank them greatly for their efforts. The council mobilised massive support to care homes and other care providers throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, And care providers were kind enough to find the time to write to the council thanking us. We received quite a few letters of that nature. We moved very swiftly to provide emergency PPE very early on in the pandemic. One particular member of staff worked tirelessly to source PPE, and we got that out rapidly to care homes. We put in staff to ensure cover when care homes had staff self-isolating or off sick with COVID. We made a 10% increase in fee payments to our care providers. We increased home care capacity at that time. And we provided very intensive support to care homes that were suffering outbreaks of COVID. We gave infection control support, daily briefings on the latest guidance which came out in flurries from central government, and telephone helpline support to our care providers. And through the brilliant work of the COVID Hub, we provided much needed emotional and wellbeing support to informal carers across Cambridgeshire. I'm also proud that we've managed to do the very difficult feat, which is moving more funding to the front line, and we've provided more resource to support people earlier in their care journey. And we've recruited about 100 extra reablement staff to help people in their own homes, which is after all where people generally want to be. And we've provided more technology to help people to remain independent and safe at home, which also supports informal carers. And of course, the Empower annual independent report recognised Cambridgeshire as being one of the top 15 out of 149 best performing authorities in the UK. And the measures that they look for are promoting independence, early support, outcomes for people and cost. And I think they are exactly the right things to be focusing on. And I'm really proud that we're in that group of top 15. Looking ahead and learning from COVID, we're making permanent improvements to the way that people are discharged from hospital. And we're rolling out the Happy at Home programme, which we heard about earlier, using Neighbourhood Care's principles. And we're also building new generation social care facilities. So over the next 4 years, we'll be building technology-enabled care suites, which are a truly modern and innovative alternative to care homes. And as we spoke about earlier, we have been and we continue to work with the NHS through the STP board, where we're moving together to an integrated care system, which will come in April. And this will not only join up NHS services for our residents, but will also join NHS services with social care. And it's a critically important part of what we're doing, and that we provide services collectively, more locally from within our communities, and with ever increasing demands on adult social care, as I said earlier, both demography and COVID related, and COVID related ones are going to be substantial. This closer working has never ever been more important. And as the last budget of this administration, I think it's important to recognise how far we've come in improving social care outcomes for people under the most difficult circumstances you could ever imagine being possible. And I'd like to thank all our staff, both those on the front line and those with strategic oversight, for all of their hard work and for the way they've set us up for what is no doubt going to be a very difficult future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Schumann.
Thank you, Chairman. I just intend to say a few words on behalf of the Environment and Sustainability Committee. And I'd like to start by expressing my thanks to Steve Cox and the officers that work within the Environment and Sustainability Committee's remit. It's not an exaggeration to say that this council and the current and future residents of Cambridgeshire are indebted to your professionalism and commitment to projects that enhance the place we live, work and enjoy our leisure time. I also want to thank the members of the Environment and Sustainability Committee from all parties and independent for creating what is a good working relationship, albeit with robust challenge and intense scrutiny. And finally, I wish to place particular and sincere thanks on record to the Vice Chairman, Councillor Tim Wotherspoon, who is incredibly supportive and committed to all aspects of our work, and yet ensures that even in the most challenging of times, we still have the opportunity to keep good-humoured and smile and laugh when we can. The Environment and Sustainability Committee was only established a number of months ago, and I think it's a testament to the work that is already done, which often shows the results in me and others forgetting that this committee is still in its infancy. The committee was the next natural step to ensure that Cambridgeshire County Council delivered against its ambitious proposals to tackle climate change, support our environment and create sustainable communities for the future. Councillor Steve Count and the administration made the commitment last budget to put £16 million in to tackle climate change and decarbonisation, a move that showed the intention of the Conservative-run council not just ensuring delivery of projects and ensure that our claims were not empty promises, but delivered tangible results. The response I received when asking officers about our progress thus far is a testament to those commitments. For the benefit of this meeting, I'll just read out this short statement. Since 2017, Cambridgeshire County Council has reduced carbon emissions by 20,331 tonnes, with further reductions forecast from projects over 20,000 tonnes by the 22,000 tonnes by the end of 2022. The cumulative total will approximately be 43,000 tonnes of carbon emission reductions, proof that we've already come a long way. Although this does not provide a complete overview of all the measures and impacts the Council have introduced, it certainly provides information that confirms our intent to deliver against our commitments. The carbon report produced by Sarah Wilkinson in the Cambridgeshire County Council's Energy Manager will be an essential tool for the Environment and Sustainability Committee to assess our impact and monitor our actions in future. Cheryl French, Programme Director mobilising action on climate change and local energy investments, continues to lead a team of passionate and enthusiastic staff, and I cannot overstate my thanks and admiration for Cheryl's hard work and commitment. This council and Cambridgeshire is and will continue to be a better place as a direct result of Cheryl's impact. In December 2020, Cambridgeshire County Council successfully secured £2.5 million from government's Public Sector Decarbonisation Fund. This was awarded through the SALIX, who are administering the grant on behalf of the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. This grant is to be used for improving Cambridgeshire County Council's own buildings' energy efficiency. And today, I can announce that we have secured a further £850,000 to further accelerate this work. This means that our £16 million commitment will go further, and we will use government grants rather than pressing for further allocations in our own budget. This does not mean that we sit on our laurels, but rather gives me, the administration and officers the further impetus to continue work in this vitally important area. We will extend our reach by delivering more renewable energy projects, further reducing our carbon emissions and accelerate our environment enhancement commitments, and deliver against our climate change and environment strategy. The committee is also brilliantly supported by Quintin Carroll and Emma Fitch, guaranteeing we are promoting sustainable development in managing significant growth that Cambridgeshire has and will continue to see in future. Sustainable communities, they rely on development making positive contributions to health, education, transport, to name just a few important components. And the committee that I chair actively engages with strategic development to ensure that the views of Cambridgeshire County Council are not only heard, but robustly defended to make sustainability a key part of future growth. It discharges this duty through the planning process and responding to national consultations to make sure we have the tools and contributions to deliver against our corporate objectives. I want to pay particular tribute to the ongoing work the Council is doing to support communities affected by recent flooding. Although it is important to note that recent wet weather has resulted in some parts of Cambridgeshire experiencing the third wettest 2-month period since records began, and this was exacerbated by a month of rainfall in less than 48 hours. We must also recognise that causes of flooding are often complex, and our direct impacts may be limited. However, as lead local flood authority, we have committed to work with partner agencies to reduce future risks of flooding and improve communications with our residents to ensure we support those affected by flooding. Increased gully clearing has already started, and reviewing flood reports is helping our flood teams better understand what actions to be taken by other organisations to mitigate risk in future. I'll finish off, Chairman. It is an honour to call myself Chairman of the Environment and Sustainability Committee, but more importantly, to be part of an administration that demonstrates ambition and commitment to what it believes in. I also had the honour at the start of the year of calling myself uncle for the first time. With a 1-year-old nephew and another niece or nephew on its way, I've never felt that protecting and enhancing our environment is more important. I'm grateful that we have a leader in administration that's going to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you to Councillor Schuman. Councillor Jones.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. I wanted to advise the Conservative group against what has crept in as an increasingly sort of self-congratulatory tone to compensate, I guess, for the inadequacies of the budget they presented. In an era when we're talking of the last 4 years of increasingly tight qualifications for care, for support. I mean, all of us around the council will have dealt with residents, with citizens who have found it more difficult to get support and help. So we need to be cognizant of that. The other comment I would make is the way that the we appears to be being used in an increasingly regal way. We did this and we did that. And I did realise, and I think Councillor Hudson might join me in this, in just thinking we do need to pay tribute to a group that hasn't been mentioned at all during the day, and that is the public health team. Public health team have worked extraordinarily hard. I know the Director of Public Health is soon to retire, and I think we need to commend the extraordinary level of work and dedication that they have shown, not only to intervene and work very much in partnership with district councils, but also to keep the business and of the committees going and the public health across the council going, to inform other committees about what was happening. And I think really they deserve a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, I just want to make a comment about education funding. I think it's a great pity that the proposal to have some contingency funding there for children returning to school was not passed. And Councillor Camp said we hadn't even bothered to wait to see what the government would do. Well, the reason for putting that contingency fund there was based on the past experience of the Conservative government's funding of education. We all know that Cambridge is underfunded, as are other parts of the country. And in particular, the special needs budget here, as in many other parts of the country, is overspent by millions and millions of pounds. And the government has chosen to do nothing whatsoever about that. Therefore, our faith that the funding that the government is proposing to help children come back to school will be adequate, I'm afraid is not very high. And that is the reason why we felt there was a need for the council to recognise that they may well need money in the education sphere to help pupils coming back to school. Had the government been funding education well, we might even say properly, for the past years, then we might not have needed to even propose such a fund. But secondly, I'd like to echo what Councillor Jones has said about the self-congratulatory tone of some of the Conservative speeches, particularly those by Councillor Camp when he introduced the budget. What I particularly took exception to was his remark that it's only since the Conservatives took over this council in 2017 that things have been, well managed. And a strong implication, and indeed a remark, that the previous Home Council from 2013 to 2017 have been inadequate and have not been doing a good job. I really do take strong exception with that, because that period of 2013 to 17 laid the foundation for many of the ways in which we have built on.
Councillor Whitehead, can I interrupt you? Somebody has yelled in, and I'm not sure who it was.
Apologies, I'm sorry, it's Councillor Whitton. I can't understand a word that Councillor Whitehead is saying. I don't know whether it's just me.
Yeah, can I just come in there? I was loath to interrupt Councillor Whitehead, because I could hear her, although it did sound like she was on a motorboat, Councillor Whitehead, but I presume it's something to do with your microphone. Can I just check with Mrs. Rowe, as long as it's being recorded properly? I could understand what Councillor Whitehead was saying. Can you comment, Mrs. Rowe?
Yeah, Chairman, as you said, you could understand what Councillor Whitehead was saying just with the background noise behind it.
So as it's one of those technological issues, we probably can't do anything much about it, Councillor Whitton, but I could just allow Councillor Whitehead to continue and just hope that we can, most of us, if not all, can at least understand what she's saying. All right, Councillor Whitehead, do you wish to continue, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure it's really worth saying. I was just going to point out that the Council of 2013 to 17 did a great deal of hard work. And in particular, of course, it was during those years that the austerity measures came in, and that all the committees which have been set up in 2014 against the Conservatives.
Have you now concluded, Councillor Whitehead, because I've lost you? I presume you've finished, Councillor Whitehead. If you haven't, we've lost you, I'm afraid. I'm going to move on to Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chairman. Is everything okay? I hope.
I can hear you.
It's always difficult. I only had a couple of points, and they follow quite nicely from what my colleagues just said. We were criticised in our budget amendment for budgeting for things that may or may not possibly be provided by central government at a later date. I can't resist pointing out that the Conservative administration is proposing to budget for things that we know we're getting money from central government. As of tomorrow, we have been told. I made a couple of points when I was talking about the Conservative amendment at the beginning of this debate, and they were not answered by Councillor Count when he summed up. So I'm going to repeat them, and maybe he will answer them this time. Can he please confirm that he expects the money that central government is going to provide for highways is going to be insufficient or unsatisfactory? And can you please confirm whether the funding that we're going to put towards biodiversity is new funding rather than the so far largely unspent £15 million that we already have in the budget for that? And I will conclude with only one point. I stood here, well, I actually stood last year when we were still in the chamber. Was it last year? I can't remember. The last budget. Yes, it was last year. Just at the beginning of the pandemic. I stood and I filled in for my group leader then, and I spoke to a Labour budget which proposed to use the MRP revenue to fund our services. We were told back then that that was reckless and irresponsible, and how dare we propose that. May I please point out that in this round of budgeting, we didn't do that, the Conservatives did. And thank you very much for the time taken in discussing this. It has been very instructive.
Thank you, Councillor Machini. Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to make a few general comments. Really, this has been a very, very difficult year for all of our communities, wherever they are, whoever they vote for. We all know that. The bit I wanted to actually congratulate everybody, our staff included, but also the NHS, who've been doing a sterling job, but also actually the district councils, who've been really stepping up to the plate along with the county and the NHS, but also a lot of our parishes and towns with time banking, with hubs. So I think we need to place on recognition from all of us, for all councils who are here today, all the elected members, that we actually support that principle of saying thank you. I want to actually just thank my members who've served on highways and transport, and particularly my vice chairman, who has supported me enormously. As you can see in the Conservative budget, there is considerable investment in highways. I'm be very interested to see that you all support that. For those that have travelled the B1050, those that haven't, I wouldn't necessarily suggest that you do. It is like a bit of a roller coaster, and as Councillor Count has said, we need to actually fix this road. It takes a lot of traffic. It takes a lot of traffic and takes people into work into Cambridge. So I look forward for the support of all members for the Conservative budget as is laid out today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bates. Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. Over the past year, all our council directorates have put a huge amount of effort in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Our fantastically hard-working Director of Public Health and the whole of her team has provided guidance and support across the board, including setting up and leading a local outbreak control plan to prevent and control COVID-19 outbreaks. What this has undoubtedly shown is that when our specialist public health function works closely with directorates across this council, providing both leadership and support, we can achieve a massive amount. Our business planning for 21-22 builds on this and focuses on a health in all policies approach, in which a strong public health specialist function works across the council to improve and protect our population's health and well-being. We can do this by using the very welcome increase in the public health budget to plan ahead for the public health programmes which will undoubtedly be needed as we build the road to recovery from COVID-19. This is an increase of just under £1.7 million, and on top of the 1920 public health budget allocation of £25,560,000, this increase has enabled the County Council core budget previously allocated to support public health programmes to replace with grant funding. In addition, a total of £568,349 grant funding must be allocated to fund the NHS pay increase over the past 3 years for local NHS providers of public health programmes. This pay increase was previously funded directly by the Department of Health and Social Care. And there is also a £47,000 requirement for internal inflation pressures within our own Public Health Directorate. COVID-19, Chair, has made clear the health risks and poor outcomes of obesity. We were already working with our local NHS on the BMI Can Do It campaign and commissioning a range of weight management services. We will research and invest in the wider range of policies and services which are truly preventative and create the right environment for our residents to maintain a healthy weight. During COVID-19, we have strengthened the specialist public health team using non-recurrent funding, and will maintain some of this increased capacity in order to continue the positive work on joint relationships across directorates. We will also be investing to improve sustainability in some commissioned public health programmes, including our drug and alcohol services, which are facing increasing pressures, child and adolescent mental health services as part of an integrated model with the NHS and wider council, and our successful Healthy Fenland Fund, which is a community-led approach to address health inequalities. The proposed extra spending on our public health services for 21-22 and moving forward are as follows. £70,000 extra spending per year in the child and adolescent mental health counselling service. This is to enable it to be extended from 18 to 25-year-olds. £400,000 per year extra spending in healthy weight and obesity programmes will implement the work which has begun through the Health Committee member-led working group. This will review the range of interventions which the Council can deliver through its policies and services, and will target investment to the most effective interventions. During COVID-19, the involvement of specialist public health staff to support and advise on work carried out by services across this Council has become the norm. This forms an excellent bedrock for taking forward a health in all policies approach, building the impact on health of all Council policies and services. The £300,000 extra spending per year is to make permanent some of the additional public health specialist staffing capacity created for the COVID-19 response. This will enable the health in all policies approach to be taken forward within the Council, and will address concerns previously expressed by the Health Committee about levels of public health staffing. £128,000 per year extra spending in provider sustainability recognises new pressures on contracted services as a result of COVID-19. Our drug and alcohol services are seeing particularly additional demands. And the additional £30,000 per year extra spending in the Healthy Fenland Fund reflects the use of this amount of public health reserves on an annual basis to fully fund the community development team which supports the Healthy Fenland Fund. The Healthy Fenland Fund is evaluated well, and it is proposed to mainstream this funding into the revenue budget. That's an extra £928,000 per year going into our public health services. Mr. Chairman, by having the right health in all policies approach and working across the Council, this additional 1.7 million gives us an increased public health budget of £27,248,493 to truly invest in prevention. And during this challenging period...
Councillor Hudson, I must draw you to a close. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got just 2 lines, Chair. And during this challenging period, when we learn to live and recover from COVID-19, this County Council will continue to improve and protect its residents' health. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Criswell, welcome. I hadn't realised you joined us, but welcome.
Yes, I've been here for some time, Chairman. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say, Chairman, how proud I am to be chairing the Communities and Partnerships Committee. And I'd like to thank committee members for their work this year, and of course, especially our officers who have worked so hard with us, leading the community response to COVID, along, of course, with our public health partners. And of course, fully endorse the thanks to our volunteers across the county who've been so valuable over the last 12 months. As part of our recovery, we'll be focusing on social mobility and the levelling up agenda, because being no doubt this administration knows the challenges our communities and residents have ahead. The Think Communities way of working we've been using for some time now is reforming the public sector and making best use of public resources. Working with and for our communities is embedded in our future service delivery model. Cambridgeshire Local will mean that place-based working will better meet the needs and priorities of local people and bring to bear the resources of all our partners. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Criswell. Councillor Bywater.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a few words from myself, really. Firstly, to thank my Vice Chairs, Councillor Sam Hoy, for her support over the last year. And also just my thanks to members of the CYP committee and the lead members on the CYP committee for their help and support over the last 12 months. I'm just going to talk about two parts of the Children and Young People's Committee. And the first is children's social care in relation to the support that CYP had in relation to the Children's Change programme and how we've changed the way that we deliver our children's services across the county. That's been recognised by government, so we've received £4 million worth of funding for the family safeguarding, which is really concentrating on the support around the child, which is really, really helpful in relation to how we manage this. And ultimately, that's helped us significantly reduce the number of children in care. If you've been watching the figures, you'll see that they've reduced significantly over the last 12 months, which is great because we all know that the outcomes of children when they're back in their home families and around their own families, their outcomes are far better. The SAFE project has been hugely successful in relation to how we protect our children from criminal exploitation, county lines. It's been a very good programme that's been well used and implemented throughout the county. And also we've talked about the Best Start in Life programme, which continues to help our children within the county. The challenges in education are well documented. You've been well briefed over the last few months, but I really want to say thank you to everybody in the education settings, from our senior leaders all the way through to the people on the ground, opening schools when we had the opportunity to open them. But also now we've still got the challenge of what happens next, you know, when they go back to school and the timings of that. So we're certainly not out of the woods yet. And I'd encourage you all to get behind your local schools and offer them support that you've done so well over the last 12 months. And finally, just to thank John Lewis particularly, because he's been absolutely outstanding in the way that we've reached out to our schools and utilised everybody in the way that we try and deliver. Sometimes the mixed messages from government, you know, we can have a long debate about that and how it's worked, but ultimately the way that he's remained flexible, adaptable and aided our schools in getting the right decisions made. That is it from me, Chairman. I will be supporting this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. I don't plan to repeat anything that's been said. I also don't plan to use this as an opportunity that some people are suggesting for patting ourselves on the back. I just want to share something with you. It's a very personal journey for the last 12 months, which is relevant to this particular budget. Everybody has gone through a different degree of pain, watching many other people go through a lot of pain. Okay, everybody's responded differently. Everybody's responded. We've laid thanks at the doors here of our leadership team and all members and our colleagues, and they are very well deserved. I'd like to lay thanks also to the people like local highways officers, like outdoors education people who were redeployed to work in hotels where the homeless were taken off the streets and given bed, board and breakfast and looked after by our officers, redeployed from fixing highways to looking after homeless people. That is an amazing achievement, okay? But you keep looking at this from different things. You know, I'm very fortunate to live in a village on the edge of the Fens, on the edge of the West Suffolk border. and it's a very homely little village and it's a great place. However, until recently, I'd been nowhere near anything to do with anybody suffering from COVID. I wasn't aware of anybody that had it other than, you know, scratchy throat. Not through COVID, but 2 weeks ago, I lost my sister due to cancer, 55 years old. She's local, okay? So she has 2 sons. I've not been able to visit my nephews because they also lost their father 5 months ago through cancer. I've not been able to go and put my arm around them. I've not been able to speak to them. I've not been able to go and see my 82-year-old father who has lost his daughter, you know, in the midst of all of this. So I am making my decision today, not because of a party whip, not because we're told to. I've read every document that's been here. I've heard what's been said. And actually, the one budget that I can put in myself behind is the Conservative-led one. Being elected as a county councillor is one thing. It's a privilege to be a vice chairman, and even greater privilege to be a chairman. But fundamentally, we're elected as county councillors to represent our wards. My ward has backed me and supported me in personal tragedy over the last few weeks. I've been blown away with it. And this is the kind of things that really touch you when you make these decisions. And I just ask you all for your own personal journeys. I'm not saying mine's special or unique. I'm just saying that that's what we're doing. And it's not a grandstanding position. It's on that basis that I make the decision that I wholeheartedly support this Conservative administration and what they're doing for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Hickford, right at the beginning of this debate, you exercised your right to reserve to speak. Do you wish to speak now?
I thank you for the offer, Chair. I have nothing to add. Thank you.
In that case, over to you, Councillor Count, to draw the debate to a close.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much for chairing this so well today. I'd also like to thank my thanks once again, not only to the entire staff, but the entire cadre of members across all parties that have involved themselves in this debate and working together to deliver 98.5% of the budget across the year. And we find ourselves tinkering at the edges, shall we say, important edges though they are. Personal thanks to Gillian Beasley, the Chief Executive, and Roger Hickford, my deputy, for the personal and enduring support that I've had from them throughout the year. And personal thanks also go to Liz Robin, our Director of Public Health, and Chris Mallion, our Section 151 officer, who've supported us all so well, but are leaving. In terms of the debate, I think out of all the things I wish to take exception to the most is somehow defining that the years of 2013 to 17 under no overall control was acceptable. I was the leader for 3 of those years, and I did my absolute best, and so did the Conservatives, in trying to drive forward the council that we wanted. But in no way at all is that the same council that we've seen for the last few years under Conservative administration. When I describe those as difficult years, I'm surprised that Councillor Whitehead must have forgotten being locked into Shire Hall for over 12 hours to deliver one budget debate. It was a nightmare back then. And I think that Councillor Whitehead perhaps should reflect that there was a chair before.
Point of information, Chair, may I make a point of personal explanation? Had the system been working, I would have been able to explain what I meant about the years 2013 to 17, but technology interfered and I was not able to. So I don't think Councillor Count can make any comments on what I said because I didn't get a chance to say it. Thank you.
Continue, Councillor Count.
So, and I'm sure that Councillor Whitehead will remember that before she was chair, there was another chair in her position, and she would reflect that the system wasn't working very well at that point in time as well. But on to the main areas of the budget. We heard about the, I was asked questions about the money left in the £16 million fund that the Conservatives put forward next year, and why hasn't that been spent on biodiversity yet? Because that £16 million fund was to decarbonise our public buildings, introduce EV vehicles and electric charging points, all of which is programmed and planned in and going along through the term of the MTFS. So yes, the extra money for biodiversity today is extra money as part of that biodiversity flood attenuation programme. And the money coming from the highways, we don't know what is coming in. I'm expecting it anywhere between £6 and £10 million to come in, and that can be used to reduce capital borrowing that I know that you commented on earlier, or opposition commented on earlier. But we have set out our priorities today on what we cannot wait and must move ahead with, so that we can lock in our programmes of effort, primarily the B1050 and our footpaths, etc. There were many great speeches from my chairs today and others today. Adult social care, forefront of many transformative projects, area-based assets, adults positive challenge. You know, I make no apology or use a self-congratulatory tone when we have things such as reablement that reduce the dependency on our social care service. People don't want social care if they can maintain their independence, and it's actually good for their health outcomes. And that's something that we focus on and have changed during this period of office. We have changed from someone being focused entirely on money and how to salami slice the organisation into one that is focused on outcomes and how to deliver them. Our public health, our work on the coronavirus is exemplary. And the extra funding that Councillor Peter Hudson described really went some way to tell the opposition members what's in our main budget, because they seem to miss all these things in our amendments, but they weren't in our amendments because we had worked all year alongside you. We thought everybody was paying attention to deliver them in our main budget. On the communities and partnerships, thank goodness we ignored the voice of the Liberal Democrats who wanted to downgrade that area of work for so often and so long, because that was actually our bedrock of our response to coronavirus COVID-19. We were ahead of the game because of the advantages we had built in those earlier years in working with our communities. On children, the focus of the debate has moved from buildings and funding to outcomes, lives, safety, education of the children. So really impressive work there. And commercialisation, commercialisation, once a dirty word of some parties, but every pound we deliver that way is a pound we don't have to tax the public for. I look forward to coming out of Shire Hall, not just to start delivering our frontline services closer to our communities, but to start spending that £40 million on frontline services that is locked up in a building. It's a building, it's not a service, it's a building. I did get asked a question about the £5 million capital fund, which of course was a huge success and a conservative motion from last year, an amendment from last year. In my hometown of March, the most successful application I recall, the Rugby Club Sports Association.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Kent, but can you conclude now, please?
You're on mute, Steve.
Councillor Kent, you're on mute. We can't hear you. So I'll get.
So just to finish up, my apologies. I think I'm on mute. Yeah. So so that community fund in my own hometown of March, the Sporting Association and Rugby Club received £340,000, just one of many examples across the county. So in summing up, I'd just like to say that this is a very forward-looking budget, and I think it's one we should be proud of. But more than that, we should be proud of the organisation it represents. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Colleagues, that ends the debate on the Council's business plan. And so the recommendations are as set out in agenda item 7, but as amended by the Conservative amendment. So I will now go to the vote. Mrs. Rowe, would you please the vote?
Thank you, Chairman. If I could ask the host to publish the vote on screen. Members in favour of the substantive motion, please click the buttons marked for and submit. Members against the substantive motion, please click the buttons marked against and submit. Members wishing to abstain, please click the buttons marked abstain and submit. We're expecting 58 votes.
Mrs. Rowe, I think we may not be expecting 58 votes because I know that a couple of members have had to leave for other meetings.
Oh, okay. I think Councillor Bradnam's left and so has Councillor MacDonald. So that's 57, I think.
I think Councillor Scott left as well.
So 56. Councillor Bates, are you able to vote still?
Yes, I'm having the same problem. I'm voting for, but it cannot submit.
In
But
that case, I think
Thank
we're
you.
up to 56, which is probably the right amount. Chair, are you happy for us to close the vote and for the host to announce?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Chair. The result of the vote is 34 votes in favour, 20 against and 1 abstention. Therefore, the motion is carried.
Thank you, colleagues. That concludes item 7. We now move on to questions of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Just to remind you, the maximum time spent on this item will be 20 minutes for each of the sections. Members, you will have 2 minutes in which to ask a question, a minute for and 1 minute for a supplementary, with up to a maximum 2 minutes for a direct oral to each. Right, so can I ask members to ask questions of the council's representative of the Combined Authority, Councillor Count? I've got Councillor.
Sorry, did you say me, Mac?
Yes, I did, Councillor.
Okay. Sorry.
That's a bit right.
That's fine. So my question to Councillor Count refers to Appendix 3, Minute 6 of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting of the 25th of January. On the 25th of January, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee of the Combined Authority received an update from the Combined Authority's Director for Housing on the status of the 170 million affordable housing programme being led by the Combined Authority. 70 million for Cambridge and 100 million for the rest of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. At that time, the government was continuing to hold back 45 million of the 100 million pounds for the rest of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, for reasons which it had been suggested include the performance of the Combined Authority in handling that programme. 2 weeks later, and potentially only 7 weeks from the end of the programme, what news can the Leader of the Council give us on when or even whether this money will be released, and what will be the impact on the programme and the county if the money is not released?
Councillor Kate.
Chair, sorry to interrupt, but on a point of order, are these not questions to the county representatives on the relevant committee? So I'm a bit unsure as to why Councillor Netzinger is addressing her question to Councillor Count. I don't believe he sits on the Combined Authority Scrutiny.
Can I come in there, Councillor Bailey? It's because I invited members to ask questions of the council's representative on the Combined Authority, Councillor Count. That is why the question is to him. Councillor Count.
Yeah, before I answer, I don't want to tread on anyone's toes, but I think it's a constitutional thing. So if Lucy's referred to ONS papers, she has to refer to ONS. If it's a Combined Authority meeting, then I have to answer. Can we please clarify, because I don't want to tread on anyone's toes here.
Okay, could I just clarify for myself? Probably because I wasn't paying attention quite to the question. Apologies, Councillor Netzinger. So was your question one of Councillor Count as the sitting on the Combined Authority, or was it an overview and scrutiny question?
My question is to Councillor Count as the member sitting on the Combined Authority. If he would like me to find the point in the Combined Authority meeting where this might have been raised, which I imagine would have been, it would have been raised at the most recent meeting of the Combined Authority. I'm happy to go and find that if that is necessary. But this is definitely a question to him as our representative on the Combined Authority on an important Combined Authority programme.
So are you able to deal with this outside of this meeting? Since you said you're going to go away and find the
No, I'm happy. I would like Councillor Count to answer now. If he can't answer, then we'll have to have it after the meeting. But I hope that he does understand what's going on here, because it is an important Combined Authority programme.
Can you answer? Are you able to answer it, Councillor Count?
Yes, I am, to the best of my ability, Chair. So as far as I understand, the assertion that Councillor Netzinger has made is correct, and that £45 million of housing money is so far withheld by the government, whilst they look into certain aspects. I think we called it as performance. There is a major difference of opinion between the Combined Authority and the MHCLG on the length of the programme. There is supporting letters from people such as the Labour leader, Lewis Herbert, clearly defining that the end of the programme is March 22, not 21, and the chief executive of Cambridge City. And I use them as examples to show that this is not a Conservative response, but actually a cross-party response. Now, this is probably the main stumbling block as to the end of the programme, and it revolves around whether 5 years was 5 years from the date of funding being received, or 5 years being the financial year in which it's being received, and seems to be probably the crux of the majority of the matters here. These discussions are ongoing with MHCLG and the Combined Authority, and I understand that the Mayor, James Palmer, met with the Minister quite recently and will be updating us soon on the progress on those discussions. I can't give you any progress on them because we've yet to be updated ourselves, but that was the position the last that I understand it.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I asked what the implication would be if that money was not released. Are you able to answer that?
Councillor Count.
I don't suppose I'm able to answer that in the terms of that this has been discussed. More that options, knowing as I do the past, being the past portfolio holder of finance for the Combined Authority, that there are options open for how this may move forward if it was to be withheld. But I'm sure that Councillor Annette Singer, along with myself, of course, wishes that MHCLG accepts the explanations and releases the money as soon as is possible.
I certainly do hope it is released.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Thank you, Councillor Singer. Councillor Goldsack, you have a question of Councillor Count? Councillor Goldsack, you've got a raised hand. Are you wishing to ask a question?
I apologise, the mute button got me at long meeting. I wanted to point out that I am the representative on that CPCA committee. Unfortunately, due to family circumstances that have just been explained, I didn't make the meeting of the 25th. And unfortunately, my substitute is off on long-term sick. So I haven't got that information, but I'm quite happy to be part of the answer to that, to support Steve if there was anything at that meeting when I've had the chance to go through the full minutes and everything in full.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Not seeing any other questions for Councillor Count, so can I now invite members to ask questions of the Council's representative on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee? That will have to be Councillor Connor, because I believe Councillor Scott has left us. Unmute yourself again. Nobody's shown any hands, so I presume we no further questions. In that case, I move on to item 8B, which are written questions. A response to the 3 written questions received has been provided to the political groups for the meeting and published on the Council's website. We'll move us now on to item 9, which is an additional report which was only published yesterday as agenda item number 9. I have accepted.
Mr. Chairman, before you move off written questions,
Sorry, but I have moved off written questions.
I was having difficulty unmuting myself and you were so quick. There are various hands raised, including mine.
Oh, I see them popping up now.
I'm dissatisfied with the response that I've received to my written questions. We heard from Councillor Howell earlier that he seems to know how many gullies are cleaned every day, and yet I have not been provided with that information as part of my written question.
Right, councillors, can I just interrupt you, Councillor Wilson? And I notice we've got hands up from Councillors Bradnam and Councillor Hunt. We are on written questions. You put me in a bit of a difficult position here. If you start having oral questions, this isn't the opportunity for oral questions. So can I suggest if members are not happy with the response that they've received to written questions, that they take it up outside this meeting by clarification, and they will come up at the next meeting of the County Council. This is not oral questions. So please, if Councillors Bradnam and Councillor Hunt are on the same thing, I have moved us on now to item.
Can I just clarify? Would you like me to raise that with the monitoring officer then, Mr. Chairman?
If you believe the monitoring officer can answer your question, then do so. But I don't mind how you get what you believe to be the proper reply to your written questions.
Chairman, it's Councillor Hunt here. I've had an incomplete and incorrect answer, I know, on my written questions. And I wanted to just clarify with Councillor Bates what the truth of the matter was.
Councillor Hunt, as I've already explained, I'm sorry if people aren't hearing me in this.
I put my hand up while you were, before you'd moved on, Chair.
Councillor Hunt, I appreciate that. Is why I, in my talking to earlier on, I referred to both yourself and Councillor Bradnam, because I could see your hands raised for the same reason. We're on item 8, which is written questions. And if I have said, if people are dissatisfied with the responses or believe there's errors in the way the questions have been written or whatever, would you please take them outside of this meeting? And if you need a further reply to your question, or a more clarified reply to your question, a more correct reply to your question, please ask for them and they'll be presented at the next meeting of the council.
I would be concerned that other members didn't know what the answers were.
I'm now moving us on to...
Chairman, before you move on, sorry, I've got a completely different point, if I may.
Who's talking to me? Sorry.
Councillor Bradnam.
Councillor Bradnam, what is your point?
Sorry, firstly, I did raise my hand before you moved on because I wanted to make a point. Firstly, I'm back in the meeting. I wanted to clarify to Michelle Rowe that I was not there for the votes on the amendments, but I was there for the votes on the amendments, but not for the final vote on the substantive motion, but I am now back in the meeting.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I misunderstood why you'd put your hand up. Thank you for coming in and telling us you'd rejoined. If you missed the vote because you weren't present, then I'm afraid that any vote, of course, that's a bit unfortunate, but only those who are present can actually vote. So thank you for that anyway. Thank you. Right, I'm moving us now on to item 9. I know this is an additional item, which, as I say, I've accepted for reasons. This is to do with the appointment of Director of Resources and Section 11151 officer, and it was reason for a late report was reason for lateness was the appointment was only made on the 4th of February, and the reason for the urgency is to enable all members to be made aware of the appointment. Can I now ask the Chairman of the Staffing and Appeals Committee, Councillor Schumann, to move the recommendation that's set out in the report, and for the Vice Chairman, Councillor Hudson, to second.
Thank you, Chairman. It is my absolute pleasure to propose the recommendation in this report. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I so second. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now we were only asked to note the report, so there'll be no debate or no vote on it. Thank you, gentlemen. Right, that's effectively concludes business on the agenda today. But before I go, I'd also like to express my thanks to Dr. Liz Roban and to Chris Malyon, just in case we don't have chance at the next meeting to say thank you. I'm sure we will under Chairman's announcements at the next meeting of the Council. But thank you for your contributions and enjoy your retirement or whatever it is you're going on to do, both of you.
Thank you, Chairman.
I also take this opportunity, members, to thank in particular Michelle Rowe and Dan Snowden and the rest of our IT team for getting us through today's meeting. It was never going to be an easy one with all the IT problems we had over the last couple of days, and for the help in getting this meeting. And apologies for any of the technical issues, including my problems with muting and unmuting. So thank you all. It's been a long meeting. Take care.
Well done, Mac.
Well done, Chairman. Thank you.
Chairman.
Yeah. Well done, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheerio, Chair.